Oh, Lordy. I always think I'm better than I am, better off than I am. Hey, everybody. Ham's going to be on at 1 o'clock, so he got bumped again, I guess. But I wasn't going to go on, so I don't really have anything to jump off with. There's no quotes. I will tell you that, you know, the volume in Finger alone makes me, wakes me up. I mean, the last week's worth of volume has been very strong in Finger Motion. I think Finger's going to need to raise money or do a joint venture. So on the flips, on the good side of the coin, maybe it's a big investor, or maybe it's that, like we were talking, SAIC doing a joint venture. That would be huge. The stock would jump upward. I think. I'm not talking about squeezing. I'm just talking about going to 4, 5, 6. On the other hand, if they do it with Roth Capital, call me skeptical. Call me skeptical. But at some point, even if they do it with Roth Capital, if they can raise enough money so they get to their next milestone, which I hope the next milestone, at least based on the information we know about, is that the company can go from doing 2 vehicles to whatever the run rate is of vehicles that they're targeting. They can get into the category of self-funding. They can the assembly line of production, capital needed, produce, deliver, get paid, that assembly line becomes self-perpetuating. And that would be really big for Finger Motion. And they still have all the other industries that they're in. So, but I'd be very careful. And I'm probably just being overly cautious, but I'd be careful that Roth Capital is a front for Anson funds, and that they're driving the price of the stock up so they can do a big deal and stick it to us like they always do with GME. I don't think that's happening, but I would just keep it in the back of your mind. In other words, if the stock starts to go up, sell some of it, I think. You do what's right for you, but just be aware that it can pull back. I don't think it's coming back to $1 though. I don't think it's going to go back to $1. And I've showed you on my charts, I think now 2 is the floor, and soon, well, 2's about to be the floor, and soon it'll probably be 3, and then it'll be 4. And anyway, those are just thoughts off the top of my head. Ham will have much more to say, a lot to say. He's pumped up. He told me, I don't think I'll be stealing his thunder, but there's over 20,000 shareholders in Finger Motion, and the float is 26 million shares. Imagine if 20,000 shareholders own an average of what, 2,000 shares? That's more than the float. You didn't offend me. Thank you for apologizing, but you don't have to apologize. On Easter Sunday, I wasn't feeling well, and I missed the early mass, and I tried to go to the second mass, and somehow I screwed it up. I guess my brain was fogged, but I could have sworn there was a 1 o'clock mass. And then I had dinner with my sister at 6, and she hates it if you aren't on time, break it. Anyway, so I went over to St. Matthew's for I guess it's 5:30 mass, but I couldn't stay. I just couldn't do it because I would miss. So anyway, I guess that's my confession I need to make. But anyway, so what I did is I opened up this big thick book they have at St. Matthew's. It's a cathedral. And I read all the readings, and one of them, it was, I don't know who it was, Luke or somebody. You guys all know it by heart. I don't know any of it by heart. But it said, do not have things that are sins that keep you out of heaven. Anyway, it was something like bursts of anger. Bursts of anger? Bursts, a blast of rage. I want to go back and take a picture of it. Anyway, I put down my reaction to what you said as one of those, a sin on my part. I had a moment of a blast of whatever. I can't remember the word right now. I got to go find it. But it was my fault. I shouldn't have reacted. I shouldn't have been that sensitive. Normally, I'm not that sensitive. But for whatever reason, I took it badly, and that's on me, not on you. So don't worry about it. Yeah, there you go. That's what he said to me. That's how we started his conversation. Something along. I'm not going to repeat it, but I said, "No, don't. You're going to be fine." But David, what you're implying is why people get mad at me. Oh, Lou's dead. You can't say that. Well, of course you can say it. My opinion of Lou is he'd say it. I don't know about in this specific instance, but he pointed out himself in a situation. You gotta look at all sides. And the bad guys, let's just call them the bad guys. The bad guys will do anything to protect their. I used to get threats. I would get them on my phone. I'd get them scrolling across here. I was scared. But it went away once their problem went away. They didn't turn into good guys. Their problem went away. And I have no idea what the situation is with FingerMotion. My concern is it's been 2 or 3 years, and I think they've done something with all that detritus of counterfeit selling. On the other hand, if it's still there, it's massive. It's massive. And I had big numbers calculated the last time it started to squeeze. And the bad guys are going to do anything to protect that. Anything. They live in this world and they feel privileged beyond the rest of us for some reason. And the human brain, as much as we like to say we've evolved to some higher standard, our brains can be easily fooled. And there's nothing like when human beings start feeling all powerful and superior, and like there's no consequence to what they do. And that's where the shorts are, I think. That's great. 137.5 is amazing. 100,000 is amazing. So here's the thing I learned looking back. I had a number of shares in between those two numbers of FingerMotion, and I wish I had sold. I think I sold 1,000 shares at like $16 or something. I wish I'd sold more, you know. So I'm not saying I would have sold all of it at all. That's just mental punishment, because I wouldn't have sold it all. But I just wish I'd sold 10% or I'd sold 20%. You don't need, for example, this gentleman has 100,000, Honey Badger has 100,000 shares. You're going to say, wow, that feels great. And when it goes to some number, you're going to want that. I mean, if you're like me, I don't know if you're like me, you're going to want to hold on to that 100. It's going to, wow, I'm going to do this and that. I'm going to be. I think this time try to sell. I'll let you pick the number, but just try to sell at least a little bit. Trade on the margin, you know. But anyway, do what you want to do. I don't know your other part of your portfolio. And I tell you what, if this is, as soon as I convince you to sell it down, this will be the one that runs. You know, that's how the market is. The Pope, the Pope was buried today. I got up and watched it, and Trump got a front row seat. Melania was terrific. Melania was great. I think it was her birthday. She turned 55. Yeah, I guess that's today. And I like that Pope. A lot of conservative Catholics don't, but I like that Pope. I like he didn't get buried in the Vatican. He didn't want all the pomp and circumstance. Anyway, that happened today, and then Novak Djokovic lost in the first round against a complete unknown, like a rolling stone. Oh, well, I guess Joker is coming at the end of his career, but he could have won. He could have won. He just doesn't, he still is powerful on his strokes, but he just, I don't know, something's missing. All right, let me go up or down. Let's go down, start at the top. There's some serious bad eggs watching us. They're limiting hand. Yeah, he's coming on here at 1 o'clock, or I have to call him at 1. I have to call him at 1 o'clock. We have everyone's back. Yep. About to get knocked off Twitter. I don't know about that. The Pope, who you would think is a good man, I hope that came across to people watching it. We're all just we're all just flawed human beings. Finger will be GME 2.0. Well, I hope the good parts of it. I hope they can raise $1 billion. Placing bets on the comfy chair. Hey, Donna. I don't see your part of the response from Fidelity, so I can't read it. The Epstein victim who was hit by a bus a couple of weeks ago and survived just committed suicide, even though she posted that she wasn't going to. Yeah. There's another round of investigation, and her testimony won't be available. And then it will certainly put a chill on any further people wanting to testify. And my opinion, it's the same thing as Robert Maxwell. And I think it's all linked to an intelligence group of a country that we send billions of dollars to. And they either lead us by the nose or we prod them in the butt. But either way, the two of us are going to go down in infamy. It's weird. The two of our countries are going to be Germany. I don't know how we ended up. We're going to flip the whole thing. We're going to be at war with the world, and we're going to have just a horrible stain on our morality. I hope we wake up. I hope we wake up. They canceled. I know. I know. So in 3 minutes, let me just see if there's any news on the Daily Hate. I can't. It used to be free, and now it's a subscription. There's not many newspapers left anymore that are subscription free. The New York Post is one. No news. If something happens to me, Virginia Guafri's eerie message. But let's just watch our football and, hate on Trump and just go on with life. This is an interesting article. I was going to read it. I don't have time now, but in the New York Post, its opinion, the title is How Cryptocurrencies Are Solving America's Stocks and Bonds Problem. And of course, that goes along with all of y'all that love crypto. But I'll read it after he goes off. Global trust and reliance on the dollar was built up over half a century or more, says Barry Eichengreen. Barry's a young man. That trust in the dollar is longer than 50 years. An economist and professor at University of Berkeley, but it can be lost in a blink of the eye. That's how trust is. That's how trust is. But the dollar's not. They're misrepresenting what's going on, in my opinion. The dollar's not being dethroned right now, and it can't be. There's sort of an alternative in Europe, not really, and Japan's still on their back. So it comes down to me. The change has come. She's under my thumb.
Hello.
Hey.
Hold on. Let me merge in. Hold on.
Oh, your mama.
All right, everybody. It's a Saturday call. And I have William just merged in with me. William, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, so let's go, people. It's Educational Saturday. And I'll walk you through a couple of things. And I always value William's opinion.
Yeah.
And let me just start off by telling you I've been kicked off of Twitter again. I had the old unusual activity, and I was shut down again. And William, as they always say, what was it, Winston Churchill or the bomber always said, when you're over the target is when you get the most flack from the guns on the ground. And for some reason, I just posted that we're having a conference call, and I was blocked for unusual activity. I then send the messages to Twitter, and no one ever gets back to me. So I guess I have to do it again. I don't know. It's awful, but I didn't curse anybody out. Nothing unusual, and I'm just getting kicked off. So we'll start with that. So you guys know we're getting close if that's happening. William, I wanted to have the call for one reason. A lot of people just really don't understand the magnitude of what's going on here. When you get a major brokerage firm like Fidelity, which is a big retail firm, it's not Morgan Stanley, not an investment banking firm, it's a retail-oriented firm. And they're trying to slow down the buying of FingerMotion. FingerMotion's been an active stock for a while, has had a run to 17, a run to 10, a run to 7, and it's been heavily manipulated by the short sellers. And no one ever stopped the buy button before. I've never been kicked off Twitter until it really, and whenever we're close to the target, I seem to get kicked off. They don't want us to educate anyone on this. And, William's done a great job working with people for hours upon hours daily, answering questions. I told you before, William was
I'm a prince.
You're a tremendous broker. I was not a good broker. I was a trading guy. And like I told you before, I didn't even have to open an account. I never opened an account. William did all that stuff. He did all the right things for all his clients. And I was just a DVP, meaning I just took orders and got paid commission for doing what I did. And I really never opened up accounts. After I executed a trade, William, I just passed it on to someone else, and they did it for me. So, my background as far as Wall Street is very limited. Where William knows a lot more than me, checking the boxes, doing this, your accounts, his statements. I did none of that. I was definitely a frontline guy, like the people we're fighting with. I'm definitely more advanced than they are, but they're below me. They're on the same type of thing. They're on the front line, trying to steal your money. We're trying to stop them, and that's why I think we get blocked. Do you agree with that, William? I guess
I don't know. I think these guys will do anything to protect. I don't know what the number now is with Finger, but I would guess it's in the billions of dollars that they've stolen, and they got to protect it. It could be tens of billions, 100 billion. And
we don't really have the exact right. We don't know.
And they'll do anything, I think.
That's good. If everybody on this phone call, if we were in their position, we'd do the same thing. The problem is that for them is that I do believe the president and the SEC are trying to give them a heads up that it's coming. And there's a lot of stocks that are heavily shorted that are acting strange. Tesla being one of them. All of a sudden you see all these. It's almost back up to 300. It was down to 200. It's back up to 300. After all the negative stories out there again, and they keep attacking, and it's bouncing back. So I think they're trying to cover, and I think that names that they can't cover, which are going to be the smaller names, they can't cover these things. And I spoke to a gentleman that went to the trade show, and I don't know if he heard it from Martin or where he heard it, but he said that FingerMotion had 21,000 shareholders. Well, the float is 26, and the people that I think that me and William met at that ceremony, the NASDAQ ceremony, I know those people own everything. So we basically all own fake shares is what my belief is. And I always tell people, if we all owned 1,000 shares, that's 21 million. There's 26. I know one guy with 4. So I can, one person plus everybody, the 21,000 people, we own the whole company. And I just thought, people writing to me on Twitter when I used to see it, I own 40,000, I own 100,000, I own 80,000. So, there's a lot of people here that do not own a real share. And no wonder Fidelity's trying to block you from buying more. And William, we've always said the more they sell, the higher it's going to go. And as the stock is, being held down on Friday, another 700, almost 800,000 shares, to have a stock be up 3-4 cents is ridiculous. So again, they're in plain sight. They're showing you what's going on. And William, I wanted to run this past you. Remember, we're not watching the stock so we can go at a slower pace. I told my friends, I had the call last night as I was driving to Kennedy Airport. Oh my! Just on a different note, if anybody's going to Kennedy Airport, it looks like the Ukraine. They bombed it out. It's all destroyed. I mean, they're redoing it. I didn't realize it was that big. That the construction was that big.
It's a huge project. They're going to make it modern.
Oh my God, William! It looks like a bomb dropped in.
Wait, imagine if instead of spending trillions bombing overseas, we fixed the airports and we linked them with high-speed trains up and down the East Coast. We'd be the next China.
Well, again, if you go to China and you go I've been to a few airports in China, Shanghai, Hong Kong, Guangzhou. Their airports are beautiful. Singapore, beautiful. Malaysia, these places, they do a great job.
They don't have to bomb the rest of the world, so we're stuck. We have that responsibility.
I mean, it's just unbelievable. It's such a shit show at JFK. I didn't realize it was so bad. But hold on a second.
Very little money in peace.
Yeah. So again, as I got home, I just realized that why not? And I had a few people on a conference call. My friends, and I'm not telling anybody here to do it. My friends are going to buy stock on Monday using a $2.25 top TOP. And what that means, the most they're going to pay on Monday is $2.25. So in doing that, I believe the stock is going to open up over run to 240, and I believe the shorts are going to come down and try to knock it down. But the problem for them is that there's going to be a wall at 225. Okay? We're trying to get there. We're trying to get up and put up 500,000 shares there. So when they begin their assault and try to knock it down, they're going to run into a brick wall. And the brick wall should firmly hold this stock above 2. Now, they may come out of the gate and just attack it down. I don't know what they're going to do. But if I describe what I just told you, I think it's going to break 2, run to 240, and that's where they're going to put up a stand and come in charging, trying to knock it down. On Friday, I posted a photo, William, of one of the machine gun attacks when the stock was 194. In 17 seconds, I didn't post it all. There was like 70, 100 share orders sold. Always down from 194 down to $1.86 in 17 seconds. So it was like a machine gun. So these guys have a program that says, hey, sell 20,000 shares, 100 shares in a lot, and just sell it. And just like, and that's all it was.
That's what makes American markets so deep and so trusted around the world.
Hold on. That was my wife asking me if I fed the puppies. Yes, I did. I just told William before that if I pass away, I'm going to leave the dogs, I think, to William. Because he'll be like me. He'll sit with them all day, 24/7, which they demand, by the way. But anyway, we're using a 2 1/4 top. I'm lining up about 500,000 shares. And we're going to put up a fight at that level. Okay? If these guys want to knock it down, they're going to knock it at 2 1/4. So 2.25 cents, even if it was 195, you're at 25, you're talking 30 cents higher we're paying. But these guys can't have it go up. You can see the desperation. The reason they push it back down, even down a few pennies, is because they don't want the margin call. That's why they're knocking it down. That's what they do. And you can see it plain and simple. I don't have to describe it to you. Just watch the trading pattern. You can see it yourself. These guys will do anything to try to knock it down because as it moves up, think about it, up $1, these guys are down $240 million, $250 million. So you understand why they're doing it now. All right. So again, you understand that. You understand what my thinking is. If you are a buyer, you make your own determination what you want to do. If you said to me, if you had to bend my arm, what would I do? I would buy, if I had to buy 1,000 shares, I would buy 500 shares at 230, 240, and then bid for the other 500. At least you got your foot in the door, and then you wait for a pullback. If there is one, you can buy it on the dip. That's exactly what I would be doing, and that's exactly how I was taught to do it. All right, that's the way we do it. So again, I have no idea what it's going to do. I'm just telling you what I'm doing, my friends. We're combating fraud, and the people I know, we all hate the fraud. And we can't make money in the equity markets on a consistent basis if we have to fight off this fraud. It's very difficult to do. William, I posted before I got kicked off of a video, Warren Buffett, not Milton Friedman, I forget the other guy's name. That his partner, I forgot his name.
Charles Munger. Charles Munger,
right. And people asked him about naked short selling. And, my good friend worked for Warren Buffett. He has this direct line. I always tried to do this. And Warren Buffett's stance on naked short selling is, hey, I don't mind. You can naked short my stock. Or he comes out and he says, you can short my stock anytime. We welcome it at Berkshire Hathaway. Because he said that eventually they got to buy it back. They're a buyer. But he missed the whole point of a naked short. He missed the whole point of what it does, the concentration of sell orders on small companies versus his colossal, institutional, crazy, shareholder base that owns Berkshire Hathaway. And he forgot to mention all that stuff. All right, so he's lost. He doesn't understand the naked short selling attacks. We're basically defenseless because we, as retail, we don't have buy orders every second of the day. If Berkshire Hathaway, if that stock ticks down unfairly because someone wanted to bail out, there's always some institution that's willing to take advantage of the discrepancy of what it's worth and what it's trading at. We don't have that privilege. FingerMotion, me and William both said at the same time, the downside in this stock is up. And that's proven it's correct because here we are at $1.90.
Yeah.
We were talking about that at $1.20, $1.30, $1.15 as they tried to knock it down. We said it multiple times. The stock is being sold off unfairly. It's being manipulated. We said it 1,000 times. Anyway, I just wanted to give you an idea of the trading that I see for Monday. Now that I've been shot in the head again by the Twitter police, I don't think it's Twitter. I think there's someone hacking it and just keeps blocking me because I send messages to Twitter and no one gets back to me. I don't understand. I think they changed my code. Something's up. I don't know what it is, but I can't fight it. I'll try to figure it out later. I got a pickleball game later. When I come home, I'll try to figure it out. Not that I care, but I just want people to know that I'm not running away. I'm getting chased away. I've been doing this for 25 years. I'm not running away. I just don't know what to do. Maybe I'll just go to Truth Social, maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. I have an account there. Maybe I'll just go over there and post over there. That's not a bad idea. At least I can communicate. You can follow me there. Yeah, I haven't got kicked off of there yet, so I might as well go there. William, there's on the GBUX. GBUX had a short of 30,000 shares, a real short. And that guy's down to 10,000. So whoever the hedge fund was that was playing has covered, 20,000 shares of the stock. He's got 10,000 to go. And the funny part about it is he's only buying it from the naked short. So the naked short got bigger and he got smaller. So they helped somebody make some money is what they did. This guy shorted it and he bought it back from the naked short. So the naked short is now short more at $3. And that's why the real short went down. And the same pattern follows suit in whatchamacall, in FINGERMOTION has the same pattern. All right, because you can see it, they cross it, and that guy covered 50,000 shares out of 2,550,000 shares. Get off it, get up. I gotta yell at the dogs, I'm sorry. And so that pattern is the same thing. Now the stock is starting to tick up. The guy that's short 2.5 million, he has to have a little bit sweat going on here because he's short at $1.20, $1.25 tops. And now what is he going to do? He's down 60 cents on 2 million shares. The most he can make is $2.5 million. So remember, he's paying a fee to have the right to borrow the shares. Each day he loses money. Each day he has to pay a fee to the people to borrow the shares. All right, so he's short 2.5 million shares every day. He's not short at $10. This guy was short at $1.40, $1.60, and he pressed his bet down to $1.20. So that number is just collapsing. So let's make it easy for math, William. 2.5 million shares, let's say at $1 after all his costs. The most he can make is $2.5 million. At $2, he's down $2.5 million. There's no hedge fund in creation, money manager, anyone would let someone short a stock and be down 100% in your position. That just doesn't exist unless you're a criminal. All right, so the short FINGERMOTION, the real short, is 100% tied to the naked short. They're working together. But sooner or later, the guy that's short, the real short, is going to toss in the towels. You just can't be part of it. It's actually moronic. And if the short stops selling, the naked short stops selling. Remember, people, there's two shorts. There's a naked and a real. The real guy's actually playing by the rules, but by playing by the rules in this name, the guy's actually mentally challenged because it doesn't make any sense to do that. Hold on a second, William. Hey, get out of there. Hold on a second.
That's not training.
That's not training. Those aren't the words that train the dogs.
No.
Give me that, you bastards. Get over here. Give me that. Get out of it. Give me a sec. Get out of it. My wife put down that little black tarp to cover the weeds. And as you can see, they're running, as you can hear, they're running around, dragging it up. So I have to chase them down. But as you can see, these guys are they're working together as a team to steal everybody's money. I wish I could say it any other way, in any language. It's just criminal. I mean, I don't know how the government allows it. I don't know how Trump allows it to go on one more minute because it's completely fraudulent. We can all see it. Everyone here sees it. Even the novice are starting to understand what's going on here. And you can never get yourself to financial freedom unless you buy a piece of real estate and one day you pay $200,000 for it, and the next day is $500,000, which takes 20 years. The stock market has given a lot of people a lot of opportunities to get wealthy, but not anymore. The stock market is to get guys like Ken Griffin, Jeff Easton, and these people at ASCM. They're the ones stealing the money. It's a small group. I don't understand how the government allows it anymore. And I do believe it's going to come to an end. And I just want to change the story for a second, everybody. And I wanted William to hear this. Many years ago, I caught the board of director of the depository trust. He was a Goldman guy. He was the board of director of the DTC. And in a federal courthouse, I opposed him, and I got him exposed to admit. I was with Susan Trimbat and Robert Shapiro. Wes Christian sent those two guys to help me out, but I really didn't need them. But I opposed them, and in a courthouse, a federal courthouse, I got him to admit under oath that naked short selling is prevalent in the equity markets. And the people at the courthouse, I forget who was the lawyers, were all questioning him, what he knew about it. He knew everything about it. They asked him if he ever did it. No, he didn't. He never naked shorted. And my question to him is, if you knew the fraud was going on, why didn't you stop it? And at that point, after the questioning, he said he couldn't take any more questions. He needed a lawyer. And the courthouse erupted, and that was in 2000, I'll say 7, I can't remember the date. We thought we won then. Patrick Byrne knew about it. Everybody knew I did that. And I can't believe that it's still going on. But that's the depository trust.
Who was the SEC chairman who pushed Reg Show through?
That was Cox.
It wasn't Atkins?
No. Atkins was there.
Yeah.
When that happened.
Yeah.
He knows all about it. He was there.
Yeah.
You know, all you have to do is watch the video, Atkins, and you can see the SEC knew all about it.
Yeah.
You know, so again, people, you know, you guys don't know much about me, but I've done the craziest shit you could ever imagine. I'm slowing down my crazy shit because I think we got them trapped now. But I've done everything. I do every haymaker you can possibly get. And, you know, I've had death threats, you name it. Now I'm getting kicked off of Twitter. I guess I'll have to go to Truth Social, whatever that fucking thing's called. I forget it's called. Truth Social, whatever it's called. And go post there. Because I'm getting tired of getting kicked off. People can't find me. You know, if I'm going to help out, I want to help out as best I can. And plus now I am like, William, I'm addicted. It's like crack to me to post all day my thoughts so people could understand it. Listen, my thoughts are not always right.
All day.
I post 24/7. I don't even watch TV anymore. Yeah, one quick thing, the only TV I watched was last night, and I'm getting a kick out of the NFL draft and how the race card people are out here presenting the race card that Deion Sanders' son is not getting drafted because he's black. And if you watch the draft, 80% of the players are black. And the first player they picked in the draft was black. When are they going to give up on this thing?
Susan Rice got fired from the Pentagon because she's black.
Yeah, that's all they do. I'm sick of this whole thing. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace.
Mm.
Yeah, they're going race hustlers. It's a disgrace. We all watch football. I all watch baseball. This is not a racist country.
I guess your dad got his job at sanitation because he was white.
He picked up the garbage. Hey, my mom had the best job. She worked for the chairman. She worked for Maiden Form, which is the woman's
The bras? The bras?
Yeah, the bras. Yeah, the bras.
The full-figured women?
Oh, I don't. Back then, I don't know, but.
Well, who was that actress that would do the advertisements for them? Jane Russell, the full-figured girl.
Well, back in the day, my mother used to invite me up. Maybe I was 20 years old. She used to invite me up for Fashion Week. I guess it was Fashion Week.
Yeah.
And she used to tell me, okay, all the girls in the other room, and they're in their underwear. Go pick one out. I said, okay. My mother used to introduce me to the girls in their underwear. And I was so funny. I went up there, and a good friend of mine's mom worked there too, and she was doing the same thing to her son. He turned around and looked at me, David. What are you doing? He goes, the same thing you are. And we both laughed about that. But that was the perks of having my mom work for the woman's, undergarment firm, whatever it was, Maidenform. That's who she worked for. And my father was a garbage man. But my older brother was the genius. He was he did risk arbitrage. He ran $1 billion way back when. Option expert, brilliant, understands commodities, and he's just brilliant at it. Hold on, my Truth Social name is Ham Short Squeeze. Truth Social. Someone just sent it to me. I didn't know what it was. Ham Short Squeeze on Truth Social. So I guess I'll just park my ass there. Yeah, I'm tired of trying to keep signing up and doing this nonsense, Hold on a second. I don't know what the dog is doing. But so that's where I'll be over there, and I'll park my ass there. William, do you have any questions in regards to what you said about the trading or what you watched in the stock?
I don't know if it's related, but what price will give, what margin call in Finger, what price will give? Well,
if they're pushing desperately, trying to hold it below 2, I don't think you have to be too bright to figure it out. But the problem, if it wasn't a problem, why don't they just let it go up? Hey, get out of here. I'm sorry. The dogs eat anything, everything. So, so you can actually tell their pain, what level their pain is at by their attacks on the stock. $1.50, they put up a big fight, right? $1.80 was another fight. All of a sudden, when it got to 2, that's when they came out and said, okay, we can't let it go past 2. I described to you what happens once it goes through 2 from an option standpoint. When it goes through options, someone is selling the options. Remember that someone is selling them, and whoever sells them is short. Okay? So if they're short, when the stock goes through it, when the stock goes through that number, they have to cover it. That's the only way to hedge it. And that's what they do. So when these gamma squeezes, when the stock goes past 4, it's going to show that these guys are short of 500,000 shares. That's what happens there. You understand that, William?
Yeah.
So the $2 calls will present 520,000 shares of buying. That has nothing to do with the naked short number or the real short number. This is a new synthetic or created short. And it only rears its ugly head when the stock goes into play. That happened in DJT. The 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and the 26 calls all went into play on the squeeze recently, on the covering. So FingerMotion has no options really below $2. No one's playing the ones. If you're playing the ones, you're an idiot because that's a parity. You don't want to do that. So the $2, $3, $4 calls, once it gets past 4, there's 13,000 open interest. Times 100, William, is 1.3 million. That's 1.3 million of short covering. Once it goes past 4. Has nothing to do with the naked short or the real short. That will be created when the stock goes to those strikes. So we traded 700,000 on Friday, a break or 2, and you'll have a buyer of 500,000 shares.
If Finger goes first, what would be the next big stock potential? Or do you think Finger goes first? Is G-Bucks going first?
We're going to buy IBM next. What do you think we're buying? I told
don't
everybody,
know.
by accident, we found this GBUX. The story came out of Goldman Sachs. I only have 30,000 shares of it. But
Is
that's
that
not
all?
the point. The point is, I own it cheap. I don't own it high. And the problem is that I can't give up on something like this when these guys are blatantly, they're not hiding. They're standing out loud, making shorting the stock, manipulating, washing, you name it. We're watching them do it. And I'm not going to give up on it. I've been always looking for a cancer company, because what better way to go out? When my mom passed away from cancer, and so many people suffer from it, like our good friend in Miami, and he had surgery with him on his lung, besides his cancer bout, and he went through and he came through okay. But why wouldn't anybody want to help those companies? People, listen, money is great, but the most important thing in your life is going to be health. And you know what, something? If they're killing the companies that can help us stay alive, whether it's you, your daughter, your mother, your father, anyone, why wouldn't I want to be known to have done that? If I make another $1 million, what the hell am I going to do with it? I don't go out drinking. I'm not chasing girls anymore, although it's a good sport to have. I don't do that. I play pickleball. That's it. I try to fix my house, which is like never ending. So why wouldn't I want to help someone and say, hey, you know what? That guy helped save my child. This guy saved my father. You know what? The drug got approved, or whatever it may be, whether it's Northwest Bio, CBM. That's how I feel. And that's why I feel like I'm still alive doing this shit, is for this reason. I had one friend, a good friend of mine that's helped us out. He passed away from a heart attack. Another guy had brain cancer. I mean, these people helped. If you guys think you helped, I had people standing on the streets fighting for us. You know, I went down every day. And Patrick Byrne knows it. I saw him down there. When they had the Occupy Wall Street, I was down there every day. I used to take my daughter with me and hand out flyers about naked short selling. Guess what? The people that were down there protesting Occupy Wall Street really didn't understand anything about Wall Street. I was teaching them. Every day I taught them about naked short selling. And not one reporter ever helped us out. Zero. The story was, oh, what are you doing here from, Texas? Well, I'm here to fight Wall Street. And then when they asked them the next question, these people really didn't know. And when I stepped in, that's when the problems began, because I actually had something that needed to be addressed. Anyway, anything else, William? Let's get any questions off the top of your head. I know we're doing it in the dark. People, when you do this in the dark, it's not easy. I'm not looking at a computer. William's not looking at a computer. William cut his day short to make sure he get on the call with me.
I used to tell that to my girlfriend, but she left me. I used to say it's not easy in the dark. I'm not very good at this.
Listen, William, you put me at ease, and I thank you for coming on the call. It's not easy to do this shit all the time. You got your cough. My son has it now. It's a pain in the ass.
What new rules is Fidelity thinking?
No, not new rules. I think they're going to enforce the rules on the books.
That's what I think, Edwin. I just think it's not that difficult enforcing. I mean, I'll give you one thing: enforcing settlement or enforcing delivery. It's essentially
if they just enforced, you ready? I'm taking another step to make it easier. Stock loan. Put laws on stock loans, because that's where a lot of
that's all it is. That's all it is.
William, you could call me up at Goldman and say, let's say GameStop is going crazy, and I'm a big money manager. I'm Stevie Cohen. I call up Goldman. Hey, I want 500,000 shares. I want to short GameStop at 500, and they'll say, Mr. Cohen, we just don't have the stock. I'll give you $10 a share in cash. Mr. Cohen, you officially now have the right to short 500,000 shares of GameStop. And if anyone questions you about it, My name is Tony, and I will be the one to make sure that you are covered with it. Since no one ever calls up, Tony just made himself a couple of $1 million. The stock goes from 500 down to 20. Cohen and his buddies make what? $50 million, $100 million on the sale, and everybody's happy. There you go. And meanwhile, the people that are playing the stock, where's all the stock coming from? There you go. That's how it's done. Stock loan is unregulated. Pat Byrne put it out in the video. He told you that. It's completely run by guys that no one knows anything about. And the Wall Street even made a little twist onto it, William. I don't know if you ever remember this. They use outside finders. So they set up another operation that if you needed a heavily naked shorted stock to borrow, you go to a finder, and the finder goes to Goldman Sachs and gets it. And this way, Goldman Sachs insulates itself from the actual crime. And the guy in the middle, the finder, is the one that's doing it.
Smells like lawyers. Smells like
so
lawyers.
They do a lot of this mumbo jumbo to confuse everybody. And all it is, if there's any regulations on stock loan, that will destroy everything also.
Sounds like stealing.
It's so easy. Susan Truebed said it. The minute the NSCC, the settlement system, pulls up Goldman and say, hey, you owe us these many shares, and if you don't deliver it in an hour, you will be kicked out of the settlement system. She said it on the video. She said Goldman will have the stock there in 10 minutes.
Yeah, but she also said, if you read her book, that they can settle fail to deliver with new fails to deliver.
Oh, no, listen, basically, she's trying to put an end to it. The end of it is, how do you stop the music so they can't resettle these shares and keep playing that game? I told you that. A stock dividend exposes it. Once you stop trading and count up the longs, and check it against how many shares exist, then you get the discrepancy. They'll never let you stop trading the stock. That's the problem. Wall Street will never let you stop trading it. The only way you can stop trading is what? Is to do a special dividend. William, my friend gave me a stock yesterday. I can't remember the symbol.
That's useful.
Well, I'll get it. But they paid out a special dividend of $55 a share in cash.
Ooh.
And the NASDAQ was nice enough to suspend trading in the stock after they made that announcement.
So it couldn't squeeze.
Yeah, I forgot the symbol of it. I'll get the symbol. I forgot. It was a drug company. I never heard of that before. $55 a share.
Why not?
That's a massive. I don't know what the hell's going on with that. I have to I'll get the symbol tonight, and I'll try to research it a little bit. He told me in the car. I gave him a ride from the airport. He was at the conference. He said it went great. He also said Roth Capital's at the conference, which I posted. I heard that also. So, Roth is overseeing their client, and I'm sure they're introducing them to funds and making sure they're doing what you believe they were going to do, William, right? Which is to support the stock, right?
Yeah, maybe. They should have
done. They were there.
All right, they're there. Good.
And I got confirmation from a shareholder. It took me 6 hours of driving to go take the shareholder around yesterday to get him home. So I did my part to get the information for everybody. But so any other questions off the top of your head? Anybody? Listen, we're 100% over the target. I think FINGERMOTION's going to go first. And then we're going to come back and beat the shit out of the GBUX crew at ASCM. ASCM is a partner of the naked short seller of the Caymans. I'm sure they're doing very nicely. And when the feds knock on their door, they're going to say, it's not us, we're not naked shorting. We're just the broker on this transaction. Obviously, they're partners with it. Because if they were just a broker, if that was my firm and we exposed them all over Twitter, you bet your ass that I would be throwing that guy out and say, don't take that order anymore. but these guys will not let go.
Sinovac.
That's it, yeah.
So Chinese?
Yeah, SNV or something. I forgot the symbol what he told me. I got to read up on it. He said they paid a dividend. That's all I know.
It's pretty cool. I
So,
guess from their standpoint, if you pay a cash dividend, it's taxed at, dividends are taxed at 20%? Or is that not true? Dividends.
Well, maybe because it's a Chinese company, they get the money out of China and they can give it out to their shareholders or offshore. You know what I'm saying?
It's a way of getting money offshore.
Yeah, it's a way to get money to their big shareholders.
That might be what it is.
Hey, this is what I wanted to tell. This is what that shareholder told me last night. I don't know who he heard it from. I didn't go deep into it. But he said the big buyers are all upset that the stock started to take off. So we've been telling you that we've been hearing big buyers, the big Singapore fund and these other funds are buying it. And I told you before, these guys like to tiptoe in. They don't like to disrupt the marketplace because that leads to higher prices. Well, the stock took off from $1.20, $1.30, and now it's almost up to $2. So now they're paying up almost 100% for the stock. And this guy told me that they were like, they know the stock is getting away from them. So he thinks that they're going to raise their levels to buy it. So which is good. That's what they get for dragging their feet. And they know all about the shorts. That's what the guy told me.
Would you sell your May $5 finger calls and buy June or August calls instead?
No, it's got to happen now. It's showtime. Listen, Trump demanded information from the SEC and investigation. How long do you think that's going to go on for? If you bought the May options, you paid a nickel for them, right?
Yeah.
I hope you did. That's what I told you to buy it. If you want, you can sell them at if you sell them at 10 or 15 cents, and you can buy the May 5 for the same price. If you want to roll out, yeah, why not? If you want to do that. But 5 cents, William, or $5 is the cheapest you're going to get options.
Right.
After that point, the only way you can get them is for free. They're not going any lower.
Right.
So why would I pay 3 times more? If it's not going to happen by June, there's a good chance the stock may be 2 1/4. Those options will be a nickel then, right? The options.
Exactly. The time
so you can
premium.
get them both for a nickel again.
Right.
So you can do both months for a dime, a nickel and a nickel. Listen, it's I don't even know when does May start. Is it Monday? I don't even know.
Wednesday, I think.
It's not even May yet.
Thursday, maybe. I can't.
All right, so it's not even May yet. It's like an eternity. We all thought the stock was going to squeeze yesterday, right? It's not even. It's not even May yet. People, options between now and that expiration, the stock could be 200 or it could be 2 1/4. I don't know, but I do believe it's coming fast. What's going to happen? Whatever's going on is coming down fast. That's why I picked these short-term options.
Where does, right, so this guy wants a precise prediction on an exact day. Where do you see Finger trading next Friday?
It depends what happens on Monday. I just laid out.
I think it'll stop trading at 4:15 on Friday.
People, if it breaks through 2, we're in a new world, right? Look how hard they're fighting to hold it down. They sold us 30,000 options, equivalent to 3 million shares. There's no option sellers. Those are people that are shorting it a different way. They don't want that buying coming into the stock. And I told you, at $5, that's almost zero. Why would anybody hold it down there? It's just asinine. Let it go up. Move the options to 20 cents. Do something else. I said they've done nothing.
Are you creating a new account on Twitter again?
I'm going to go. I have an account on Truth Social. And I just read it to you, William. It's Ham Short Squeeze. Ham Short Squeeze.
Okay.
On Truth Social. I've gotten kicked off 5 times already on Twitter. I'm sick of it. Someone knows how to hack it and block me. That's all I know. And that's what's going on.
Well, I think he hired a woman from either Facebook or Amazon to run it.
I don't think it has anything to do with Twitter. I think a hacker is basically changing my codes. I can't get anything. You know, it's like I don't exist. And no one gets back to me on Twitter, so I don't know. But I have no idea what they're doing.
Same question. Are you creating another X account?
No, I unless I can get back on, I won't.
I think the next pope is going to be, the guy's name is Pizzaballa. There's Cardinal Pizzaballa. He might be the next pope. He's out of the Middle East. Cardinal Pizzaballa. I don't think that's what it means in Italian, but it's a funny name. I actually think it's going to be the African guy. I hope. Anyway, somebody's asking who's the next pope. You need guaranteed delivery so broker can't loan out your shares. Guys, I just don't think anybody understands what's going on here.
They control the game. That's the problem.
Yeah.
They control the game. It's their ball. They change the rules. I told you there's ways to get them, and that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
There's nothing more I can say. That's exactly what we're doing.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. I'm sorry, William. Yeah.
It's all right.
Any other questions, William?
There aren't a lot. You didn't.
Listen, everybody needs to educate a friend. I don't care if you buy the stock or not. That's not what it's about. You need to educate them. Don't go out there buying BBIG or XYZ or this or that or this or that. There's no one helping any of these companies. They're on life support. They're being manipulated. The shareholders have no idea what they're doing. And if someone calls you up with another crazy story on a stock that's going to get squeezed, I don't want to know it because I know it's not. They jerk it up. I don't know what's going on, but people, you're getting ripped off. And I keep telling you that. You have to fight back the way we are. I believe FingerMotion right now is close to being more viral than GameStop. And I was here in the beginning of GameStop. And besides that idiot talking about it, selling consoles or whatever the hell they were doing in their stores, no one ever talked about naked short selling. He never did. He didn't know anything about it. But in FingerMotion, everyone's talking about it.
Right.
So I believe it's more viral than GameStop.
How are they able to pull the fraud with the new sheriff in town and new buying pressure? How can they continue to commit fraud?
I think they're on life support. That's what I see. I think they're the buying is basically throwing them for a loop. And that's the same thing that happened to GameStop. My friend Mike, whose son is getting married down in Alabama today, he called me yesterday. He has a good friend that works at a hedge fund, and they're buying the stock. He doesn't know how much, but he told him about it because he told him about FINGERMOTION, and he called him back and said they're buying the stock. You know, hedge funds can buy the stock and they can buy 50,000, 100,000 shares. You don't know, but they're buying it now. So it is getting viral, and it just takes a little time, and it'll go. That's what happened in GameStop. I was there at 3 3/4. It didn't move for a while. Can you hear me, William?
Yeah, are you going to buy coffee?
I'm going to play pickleball. I have a game at 15.
All right.
So I tried to do my best and try to squeeze everything in. I have a meeting tonight in New Jersey I can go to. So a guy has $1 million shares of stock wants me to see him, have dinner with him. So I'll decide later if I can do it. But my son wasn't feeling well, so I may have to stay home. So I'll see. But people, I work at this 24/7. I don't stop. We got this guy dead. We got Lynn Partners short versus a debenture. The debenture was paid off. Now they're short, they're exposed, and nowhere to cover. That's why it's so massive. If you don't understand the stock debenture or the loan or what they do, they turn it into a debt spiral. If you give a company $5 million and the stock is $5, they're entitled to 1 million shares if they convert it, right? Mm-hmm. What is the number if they convert the stock at a penny? I don't even know what that number is, William. What is it? It has to be 1 billion shares, right? Some crazy number, right? I'm going to figure that out quickly. I don't know. But that's what they try to do. They make a short stock, drive it down, right? And hopefully they bring back the stock and they convert it at a penny. That's what they want to do.
What makes you think that they are going to let it get past $2 or even $2.40?
Well, the company is coming out with a special dividend at the end of May, right? They can't listen. The game is changing. You can see it on the tape. There's many company stocks that are starting to rise. So the shorts are trying to cover. I think the SEC to Donald Trump, they sent a warning shot. Hey guys, this is coming to an end. You better start buying back your position. And I think that's what's going on. They can't hide this anymore. This added volume, this pressure is going to pop it like a big fucking pimple. That's what's going to happen here.
What's the, just assuming everything goes fantastically, what's the best option to buy to make the most moolah?
Any of those options that are 5 cents. 5 cents, 10 cents. Listen, if it's going up, the 4s, the 5s, they're all going to become valuable. That's the same thing. People didn't believe me in DJT when the stock was 18. I said, buy the 20s, the 21s, they were all cheap options. They all went into money by dollars. That was 4 days. I told you, once we break 2, there's 500,000 shares they have to buy to cover those options. Once it breaks 3, I think it's another 550,000. Once it breaks 4, it's 1,000,003. You can see how options are. It's going to be the reverse. If they have to buy it to hedge the sales, they sold the stock, they sold the options. Excuse me. And the only way to hedge it is to buy the stock. And that's what we're facing right now.
So I don't think you follow this stock, but people believe you're an expert on every stock out there. Could you give your insights on what happened to NIXX when it was up 15%. Then it ended up only 3% or down 3% in 2 hours.
This has a lot to do with the companies. You have no idea what these companies are doing. All right? The company, I don't know anything about NIXX, so I'm just giving you my opinion on it. I think these companies have close ties to their funders. And I think the funders take advantage all the time of people that are in these names. That's all I think. That's what I think is going on. Because NIXX is just one of many. They got great news, they got a great revenue, they got this, they got the other thing. But how come their stocks always so shitty, right?
Mm.
Why are they so manipulated? Something's wrong.
Mm.
And that's how I feel about those names.
Have you heard about that crypto?
I remember BIG, CELU, CEI, all these names. They all find hope, big days up, and then they all get wiped out. That's because the companies have no idea what they're doing. When those stocks were going, the companies should have done things to twist the short balls. They did nothing. No one did anything to force the issue. Like for dividends, something. No one did anything. I could look at all of them. Nothing. I can give you 100 of them. MULN. Nothing. They all talk the big game, but no one did anything.
Did you hear about that crypto that you were telling us about yet?
Say it again.
You said, get ready. You have a crypto story. Have you heard it?
I don't know it yet. I don't know. I didn't open an account yet. Wait for my daughter to come home. And when I open an account, you told me Coinbase. I don't know. When I hear it, I'll let you know. Yeah. I'm hearing that these guys have a coin that's going to go crazy, but I don't know what it is. They're all major crypto people. That's all I can tell you. What do you know what I'm talking about?
Why won't...
Does it work? I don't know. I have no idea.
Why won't they keep naked shorting Finger below $2?
Because they back off because they're putting pressure on delivery. That's why. The game is changing, and people you don't realize that the game is changing, and it shows up in the back office in the stock settlement.
Any news being released next week about Finger?
I don't know. I'm not the company. We've been hearing that there's something coming. Like, we know what capital is there. The guy I knew what capital was there. He's trying to see if we can get an answer on their report. He didn't get one. The CEO said that it's coming. He said the dividends are coming, and he said the raw capital report is coming. That I can tell you.
If Finger starts to squeeze and you own call options, should you sell with limit orders or just wing it?
Sell with limit orders.
Call options.
Well, those things get very volatile. You know what to do with that, right?
Yeah.
Just sell it.
Somebody asked me the other day, should he be using, I forgot what it's called, touches the market touch. I wouldn't do any of that. They just use limits. You can always change it.
I always put a limit. Listen, I always tell people, if you own options, let's say FingerMotion's opening up at $3 on Monday, $3.50, and you have calls. But your options out there is $4.
This gentleman, are you there? Or are you buying coffee? Good luck.
A lot of times stocks open up. The options, if there's no sellers in the option, an option that may be worth $3 will open up at $3.50 or $4, So put your options out there. You never know if you're going to get taken. So you got to do that. Always put them out there. You can't, when you make a sale, you're never a loser when you can sell it, right?
This gentleman, his wife tried to buy options on Finger last week, and she got a letter from, I don't know which firm, that her account was locked.
It's like, it sounds like me. I'm getting blocked. My account is locked on Twitter. So we're all getting the same things. I don't know what that means. Just call your firm up and say, hey, excuse me, you locked my account for what? Trying to buy calls? What is that? You have to ask the questions. They'll answer you. Maybe it was nothing. I'm not going to blame the firm, but maybe it was nothing.
At what point would you start rolling your options? And will you continue rolling options?
I think you should always roll your options. You should go from the threes. If you could buy, let's say you bought the threes. I have a friend that bought the threes at a nickel. He's gonna sell them at 15 and buy the fives at a dime. What's up? He's gonna do that. He's gonna do that. He's gonna do it into the fives. That's what he's gonna do. I mean, so everybody's got a little strategy. Listen, if you own 100 calls at the threes at a nickel, the stock goes to 10. You make 7 times 100, you make 70,000. If you own 300 of the fives, all right, and the stock goes to 10, and you own them at a nickel, 300, you make $5 times 300 to 150,000. Remember, we're playing for a big move. When you play for a big move, it's better to own more. So if you can own more of the cheap garbage ones, it's better than owning the more expensive ones. If you bought the twos and they're trading at 50 cents, and let's say you own 50 of them, all right, and they're 50 cents, I would sell them at the 50 cents and go buy the fives at a dime and have 5 times more of them.
This gentleman just sent you a follow on True Social. There's a group there with 90,000 people who follow DJT. So
I'm going to go on there. I'm going to rip them up tonight if I don't go to that meeting. So that's where I'll be. Anyway, William, I'm going to go play my game. I'm sorry. I tried to give you my time today, but thank you again for William for coming on. I missed this interaction, but during the day when the market's moving, I just have to go and get the word out there so people understand it.
Bend your knees. Bend your knees.
I'll bend my knees. All right, everybody, have a great day. Thank you. Bye.
Whew. I didn't get all your questions asked to him, but that's because he's got to play racquetball. Your last 3 lives had good analogies of backdoor market mechanics. All right, I don't know. It's hard to explain it because they intentionally muddy the waters. So everyone gets confused and keeps going along, but it's just stealing. It's just stealing, levering up. Hey, if it's good in a cash account, why don't we lever it up? Lever. Why don't we use leverage to make a bigger, riskier bet? Why don't we lever it up? Ham bit advice, let finger run before you cash out like GME. Oh, yeah, okay. I'm sure. I'm not sure, but I don't think GME, I think, was something that he called out, probably used it as an example when he was trying to do his exchange. I don't think he was as committed to the GME trade as he is to the finger trade. But, Kevin, I would expect, and I think you should expect, that as a professional trader, Ham's unlikely to hold his position until it goes to some moonshot number. He'll be taking profits, I think. He can't help himself. That's how he's trained to do. Fidelity CEO regarding Finger. Online opening purchases have been blocked because of concerns about stock manipulation. So she's getting worried about stock manipulation from the long side. She doesn't worry. I'd love to have a copy of that letter. She doesn't worry about manipulation from the criminal side that her farm lives off of. Ask Ham about Finger dropping Roth report, audit dividend. Need it now for momentum. Well, he mentioned all three of those things. He didn't mention the audit, but he mentioned the Roth report. He said that people are out at the conference asking, and they didn't get an answer. He mentioned the dividend. He said that the dividend's coming end of May. That's what he just said. I don't know where he comes up with that. It's what's weird, JD, is everyone was up my smokestack for pointing out back in December and maybe even in November, pointing out that I thought the dividend wasn't going to get done until May or June. Oh, you're trashing Finger, you're negative. Oh, God. Anyway, I don't think the dividend means anything right now, but Ham just said it'll be the end of May. No one knows for sure. I actually think JD, I mean, you can start doing your own thinking. The annual report, the earnings are supposed to come. I think it said April 28th on Yahoo. Call it May 1. So the earnings come out. They're filed with the SEC. I think at that time you'd be pretty clear if you were to assume, you'd be correct to assume that the audit had been finished. So then you've got a company, FingerMotion, that has a lot of priorities. They have a C2, I don't know, it's like control and conquer contract, C2 contract that they have to fund. It's exclusive, but they've got to meet the requests for it's not RFQ, it's the other one. Anyway, they have to meet the the demand, or they lose the contract. So they got to focus on raising money. They've got to focus on the insurance, on the data businesses. But what I'm going to recommend, I've in fact, now that I see your post, I'll do it tonight. I'll write a long email to the CEO, Martin, and tell him he should drop everything, just drop everything and focus on the dividend. Nothing else matters than the dividend. We need the dividend now for momentum. I'll tell him that. The likelihood, JD, is that FingerMotion will put other things ahead of that dividend. Things like working out a joint venture contract, maybe with SAIC, doing a financing maybe with Roth Capital, doing maybe other contracts we don't know about, raising money. They're probably going to put these things ahead of a dividend. But I'll write an email that he should just get that going for momentum. My opinion is if the earnings, the annual report comes out, let's say May 1, I think the company's going to, and the board is going to be distracted by many things, including a financing. But I could be wrong. I think if there's a financing, that will probably put the dividend on hold until the financing is finished. On the other hand, one could argue they'll try to speed up the dividend and do the financing afterward. But I think it would be more likely that they'd hold off on the dividend until after the financing. But let's say that doesn't happen. So May 1, the annual report comes out. They set up a conference call to talk about that. Maybe May 3rd, they talk about it. They've got their engagement with Roth Capital, engagement with investors, engagement maybe with the contracts on the collect and conquer contract. So let's just assume it's going to take 1 to 2 weeks as they do these things that aren't that important, and lawyers, and they've got to draw something up on the dividend and get it approved by the board. Let's say it takes 2 weeks. That's May 15th. Let's say they get that approved with the board, and the board says, sure, great. Hey, I'm traveling. I'll call you tomorrow. Let's say they get the approval from the board let's say it's quick, May 17th. And they go to the lawyers for an announcement. Let's say that goes out May 20th. I'll give myself a buffer. May 20th, they make an announcement on the bloody dividend that doesn't matter. So it's May 20. They make a filing. The SEC, their staff is being cut. They're focused on 1 or 2 CEOs. They're looking at crypto. They're sucking their thumb. Let's say the SEC gets to the file on it June 5. So the SEC opens the file on June 5. They start looking at it. They work on a couple of questions. There's always going to be questions. They have to show how important they are. They get some questions back to FingerMotion. FingerMotion sends them to their attorney. The attorney looks at the questions, does a little research, writes up a response that goes back to the CEO, that goes back to the SEC attorney. The attorney at the SEC reviews it, has one more question, follow on. This time it's a phone call. The phone call comes into the attorney. The attorney calls FingerMotion. FingerMotion calls back their own attorney. Their own attorney says, fine, calls the SEC attorney. Let's say all of that gets finished and accomplished by June 20th or June 25th. I'll pick the later date, June 25th. And finally, the SEC says, all right, great. We have all of the answers we needed. Let me submit this before the whoever so-and-so for approval. We'll get back to you in due course. It's got to be at least 5 days, probably longer. So that gets us to July 1. Oh, that's right, holiday time. So let's say by July 10th, the SEC approves the dividend. They call up the company, lawyer, hey, we approved it, you can go ahead. FingerMotion then has to get another meeting of the board, have the lawyers draw up a new press release saying that we are issuing this dividend. We did get approval, and there's 10 days until record date. So I don't know how I don't want to look it up, how the weekends are going to fit in there. July 10 plus 10 days, July's 20. Let's just say it's July 25th for record date. You're talking, in my judgment, JD, August 1 for your dividend. But I'll write an email. They should drop everything and make that their focus for momentum. The Roth report will come out, I suppose, after earnings. And if we're lucky, it's already been written and they just want to drop, as you use that word, drop the earnings numbers in there. So I think if, in fact, Roth Capital intends to issue a report, I think it would come in the first week or so, maybe second week of May. I think they're going to wait for the annual report to be filed. But I don't have any contacts at Roth Capital. I can certainly, in my email to Martin, tell him to put the pressure on Roth Capital to get that report out because we need it for momentum. And the audit's probably already done, and I don't know what pressure I can put on for that. YouTube is blocking my likes. Well, maybe it's because I played Rod Stewart that one time. Maybe it's because I've been outspoken about how I feel on an atrocity. Why do you think they turned off the buy button? Look, I think everyone just really doesn't understand what goes on. Because they're not disclosing it, I think their biggest responsibility is to disclose it. But when did Bill Clinton ever disclose anything? Or Barack Obama? Or George W. Bush? Nobody discloses anything. I forget what they called it, but I think I remember. This is all that's happening. When you buy, you send dollars to Fidelity. They exercise a trade on your behalf, and they give you an entitlement. They give you an entitlement. They don't give you shares. Now, for a long time, early on, the trade-off is maybe 1-for-1 with what shares Fidelity has at the DTC. But at some point, life gets divorced from the real shares. There are no real shares in the system. Everything is electronic. Nothing is real. The so-called real is held in street name for Fidelity. 1 million shares of FINGERMOTION in the name of Fidelity Securities. That's at the DTCC. For the initial stages, it still stays in the street name. But in the Fidelity system, the first million or so shares of Finger are covered 1 for 1. One for one. Now, Fidelity can deliver them if asked, because the first million, the other side of the trade can say, hey, we want those shares. They got them, so they could do it. But what happens is Fidelity say, oh, you want those shares? You know what? We're wondering about the 12 million shares that you sold us in Timbuktu artificial intelligence. Oh, well, all right. Why don't we just, it's okay. Nobody's really asking for those shares. It's just bookkeeping. They should disclose this to you, but they really, no one enforces it. But what's probably happened at Fidelity now, I'm just making up these numbers. I don't know. Maybe Fidelity put 15 million shares in their system. So they have 1 million shares of Fidelity Securities at the DTC. And Fidelity then puts it on their books, has nothing to do with DTC. Fidelity writes down for the benefit of common sense investor. So Fidelity has 1 million shares for the benefit, some of it for common sense. Well, this is when it's roughly 1 for 1, you know, and then their computers show them that they can go to 15 to 1. For 1 million shares, they can sell 15 million. They probably shouldn't have any problem. And they're getting paid fees. It's stock loan. It's everything you effing hear about, but it doesn't stick in your brain and mind, because we can't believe this is happening in front of us. Why did they take the buy button away? They don't want to increase this. I'm making these numbers up, but they're at 15 to 1. They've got 1 million shares of FINGERMOTION in street name Fidelity Securities held at the DTC on Fidelity's books. They show 1 million shares of FINGERMOTION for the benefit of 15 million shares. They have 1 million for the benefit of 15 million. However, it's divided out amongst clients. Everything's swimmingly good as long as there's no pressures in the system, Nobody's asking for delivery. The whole market's going up. The Fed is flooding the world with money. Everything's great. And if the stock price is going down, as soon as the stock price starts going up, this is all Fidelity securities. This is all Fidelity securities. Remember, Obama split these. On the Fidelity Prime Brokerage side, as soon as the price is starting to go up and their clients are getting calls in other positions and everything's turning to shite on the Treasury basis trade, there's only about 4 funds doing this. I'm exaggerating, but it's just a handful of guys. As soon as it goes against them, they're losing on this 14 million. Every time they allow you to buy shares of Fidelity, FingerMotion, they are increasing their exposure on the prime brokerage side. It's all leverage. The brokerage business became hedge funds. Goldman Sachs was a hedge fund. I assume Fidelity behaves as a hedge fund. And then Obama split them so that you could guarantee the retail side, the bank side. And they split it out so that the prime brokerage is gone. Then FDIC could insure Fidelity securities. But the prime brokers isn't insured. And the risk arb and all the trading went out into hedge funds. And they do the trades through that used to be done internally. They do those trades through the prime broker. Commission, fees, and margin, they do it all there. It's where the risk is. Well, live by the sword, die by the sword. The fallacy, and no one can get it in their head, there are no real shares in your accounts. There are no real shares. What's traded in your accounts, I think I read it to you the other day. I think they call it a securities entitlement. It's just a chit. It's just an IOU. And so I don't know what to compare it to. I mean, you could compare it to a securities margin account, but that doesn't really help. Maybe you could compare it to your credit on your house. When your credit is good, Molly's Savings and Loan will let you borrow 75% against the value of your house. When the market conditions are good and your income is good, your credit is good, maybe they'll let you borrow up to 85% of the value of your house. When things start turning to shite, they stop lending again. They take back your line of credit first, and then they may put pressure on you if you have a variable mortgage on your payments. They're kind of screwed on a fixed rate long term. But they do that across their portfolio. Something in their whether it's the SEC, whether it's some of their clients are losing money, or liquidity's disappearing, or the repo market's in trouble, or the treasury basis trade has blown up. Something is making their sphincter twitch. And they're saying, we're not going to lend out any more stock. I don't know how to, I just don't know how to express it. The DTCC, you put up cash when you buy stock. But the DTCC, as long as there's a balance between the number of shares held at the DTCC and the number of shares held in the retail system, the fiction of shares trading hands can continue. But in essence, even when it's 1-for-1, the shares stay in street name and their collateral. The firms on the retail side, on the prime brokerage side, they get lied to by the lawyers who represent the hedge funds. And they have supposedly systems in place. But in essence, what the firms do, they're just big leveraged dinosaurs that borrow money from the Treasury Department and from you on the shittiest trades ever. And they lever it up 50-1, 100-1, 200-1, and they count on the government to bail them out. But specifically to FINGERMOTION, the collateral is held at the DTCC. That's street name. Everything in your account everything in your account whether this balances with the market or not, everything in your account is type 2. It's electronic. It's an IOU. We'll settle up later. The collateral guarantees it. But we have derivatives out on this collateral, hedging our book. So actually this collateral's first claim is to Goldman Sachs for a derivative. But the reason we can extend IOUs to you is we've hedged our risk. They've turned everything into a ping pong ball with leverage. And they're geniuses. They're geniuses. And we need it. We need this. This is what makes America strong. This is what makes our economy the greatest in the world. We need these men, mostly men, to do this. Hyper-financialize everything in the country. And then it gets so, I don't know if it's because it's so big, it's so blatant, or if it truly is confusing. But they turn off the buy button because they want to stop extending credit. They don't want to extend any more credit. And you'll say, well, I'm paying cash. Yeah, but they're taking your cash and they're giving you stock that doesn't exist. I mean, let's just use Ham's numbers. He said there's 26 million shares in the float. Let's ignore how many are outstanding because it's too much arithmetic. Well, apparently there's 260 million naked short. It's 10 to 1. I know it's not exact, but it's 10 to 1. So Fidelity's obviously decided they're uncomfortable with lending out anymore. Now, the CEO, as it was just read here, is saying that the issue is manipulation. Well, that's just rationalization. That's for public consumption. Behind the scenes, they want to bring back their leverage. My guess is Fidelity is in real trouble because of MMAT. But and NextBridge MMTLP, but I don't think by any means that's, if Fidelity was run by this woman and her team, I forget her name, that's why I'm calling her a woman. It's just I can't remember her name. She's the owner. She inherited it from her father or something. I can't think of her name. But if they're doing it in MM, they're doing it everywhere. So I think Fidelity's feeling trouble. So my answer, very long answer, is they want to stop loaning out stock. They want to reduce their leverage. They're saying, hey, cut back. We're not comfortable. When will Shen drop some PR? Roth, audit, nurse, dividend. Yeah, I tell you, JD, the job of a CEO, first and foremost, if you study it at when you get your business administration degree, when you raise money for companies, the number one job of the CEO is to make sure that his or her investors put pressure on the shorts to get a short squeeze. That's the number one job of a CEO. Drop PR. Make the stock go up. Do you hear yourself? I sound like Stewie. Do you hear yourself? That's what manipulation is. That's stock manipulation. And the SEC will go after, but you don't believe it. You hear the story for 3 years and you can't process it. You're unable to process the story. I don't know how to get it across. If Martin Shen drops some PR simply to cause the stock price to go up, he'll go to jail. The SEC goes after CEOs for manipulating the stock price upward. And if the only reason they're putting out a press release is to cause the stock to go up, they go to jail. Moez Kassam can hire Philip Vallier, get a deal done, collude, cheat, sell hundreds of millions of shares, and the SEC doesn't care. They simply look at what they did with the Kramers. They caught him again, tapped him on the wrist. Hey, I know you're not. Yeah, I know you're a white boy. You're up there in Clam's Neck. You're a good citizen. You didn't mean it. That's all right. Don't worry about it. What's this, the 10th, 12th time you've done it? Don't worry about it. Those brown-skinned kids under Biden's crime bill and Hillary Clinton's crime bill. What did she call them? Super predators? Hell, they got caught with a bag of weed for the third time. They're away for 20 years. Thank God. We got those guys off the street. But we understand, Mr. Kramer. You're one of those white boys from Clams Neck, New York. Thanks for letting us interact with your attorney. Just give the money back that you made on the warrants. I mean, on the fees and the interest, and send back the warrants. Boy, no problem here. You're good. You're a white boy. I'm a part of the DEI hire at the SEC, but I don't see any problem with you. You can't work here, but if you're the criminal, we'll let you off. No problem. You're privileged, boy. You're privileged. You're John Gotti. They can manipulate the price. The SEC will not go after the Kramers. They will not go after Lynn Partners. They will not go after Jeff Easton. They will not go after Ari Rubinstein. The SEC will not go after the criminals. They do go after the CEOs. So you want Martin Shen to break the law? Why won't they just keep naked shorting to keep it below $2? They're trying to. It costs money to short stock, to sell stock. It costs money. It costs money to borrow stock. If there's a lack of liquidity out there and the boys selling it don't have that liquidity, they have to stop. But my opinion, Boss Meta, is for the last 5 or 6 days, they are selling as quickly as they can to keep the price under 2. I think they sold 740 million shares, not million, 740,000 shares on Friday. And each of the days for the previous 5, 6 days were big volume days. They are shorting. They haven't been able to keep it down. They'll keep trying. Absolutely, they'll keep trying. But their credit will run out. And if the price of the stock goes up, think any movie with a Russian mafia, that movie with Matt Damon and the guy that pretended to be Russian. gambler. And then remember the Russians that wanted to beat him up to get his money. As soon as it goes against them, you're going to get one of those guys going after the shorts. They don't want to lose money. They can't sell endlessly while the stock is going up. But they did it with GME. They did it with AMC. Melvin Capital got in trouble. Stevie Cohen, oh, he's not involved. Oh, sure he isn't. He bailed out Melvin Capital. So it's possible they'll bail out Anson Funds. But my understanding is Anson Funds is ratting on everyone on Wall Street. I don't know, Boss Meta. This is a risky trade. They will sell as much stock as they can that doesn't exist to keep it under $2. They'll try to get other people to come on Twitter to tell you to buy COSM. They're going to pull out all the stops to make sure this stock doesn't go above $2. I think what could be going on is that Anson Funds has told Roth Capital, we'll give you $25 million for FINGERMOTION, but just let the stock run up first. If the stock goes up, I don't know the conversation, but if the stock goes up to $4 and the volume's strong, we'll give you $25 million at $2 or at $2.50 or at $1.50. You got to be careful. That might be happening. But that still is a profitable trade for you. It's just that you got to be ready to make up some of it. And then you have to look at it, but your instant results. I know, I get it. And there's only one result you want, which is that the stock goes to 200 or 2,000 or something. But if Martin does a deal with Roth Capital and Roth Capital's client is Moez Kassam, it will kneecap the price of the stock right now. But if Martin raises all the money he needs, I'm making it up, 25 million, to get the bloody stock from 2 vehicles a day to 2,000 a year, and the momentum is we fulfill the order, we buy the trucks, buy the equipment, install it, deliver it, 90 days to get the cash, and we do it again, we do it again, we do it again with a 90-day, 120-day lag, and it becomes automatic, and we don't need Wall Street. You're in the rarefied air. You're not down here in the mud. So it can work to our advantage. Naked short selling is expensive, and it can only be done if the firm that's looking the other way at a minimum is comfortable with the ratio at which they are issuing non-existent shares versus the collateral they have at the DTCC. I hear Roth is coming in this week. Are you hearing the same? No, I haven't heard that. But Ham might have, and you might have written that question before he signed off. I don't know, Vince. You guys, somebody's buying. Something's going on. It might be that it's Fidelity. It might be this May 12th date with the SEC that supposedly. It might be that Liquidity is drying up on Wall Street for this kind of risk on trade. It could be that these hedge funds are suffering losses elsewhere. It could be that there's a joint venture going on with FingerMotion. It could be there's big buyers coming because they know that there's a big investor. I know none of any of this. All I do know is the first time that FingerMotion is going to release its earnings and audit is 4 weeks away. I think it's highly likely that there's no news until 5 or 6 weeks from now. Could I be wrong? Absolutely, I could be wrong. Something might need to be reported. Maybe President Xi has selected FingerMotion for American Company of the Year, and he's directed CNOC to put the next $100 billion oil investment through FingerMotion. If that's true, they have to announce it as soon as they get that contract. But I don't think there's anything like that. I think you have to wait for news. I think you have to wait 4, 5, 6 weeks. That does not mean, just to be clear, that does not mean the stock won't go up earlier than that. Roth has been in the stock, Vince, since December. And in fact, when Roth got involved, the stock was 280. I think Roth is in. But Roth, I don't think Roth is a real investment bank. And I don't think Roth is a real institutional brokerage firm. I think what they really are is a front for family offices, criminals, groups like Anson Funds to pull money out of the market, have it washed through the washing machine of Roth Capital, and then have the company issue shares and they settle it up there. So anyway, that's not the answer you were looking for. I'm not hearing that Roth is coming in. Roth report audit dividend when? Research analysts work in a department that is supposedly separated from the investment banking side. I don't know that it's always followed. Research analysts do have access to management, and research analysts also do their own analysis based on earnings. Let's just break it down to earnings, filings. Research analysts are precluded from putting out reports when a company's in the middle of a merger and acquisition. Research analysts are probably not, and I can't think of a single time when they have in my lifetime, they're not going to put out a report until the annual report is filed. until the earnings are released. If it is an initial recommendation. Now, analysts used to do, if they had a standing at recommendation on the stock, they would give it a research update, a research note, or they'd come on a call. All right, on today's call, we're going to have Robert Farrell to talk about technical, and we're going to have Wu Sun Chen to talk about her thoughts on finger motion. And then they start the call. And she comes on and says, well, right now I can't change my recommendation, but I can give guidance that we're feeling strongly that next quarter is going to be good for finger motion. I will have a report out, such and such, but I just wanted to come on and say that the trends are strong, particularly in this area, and we have a great deal of confidence in something like that. But that's internal. That's not published. Or they'll publish a little blurb internally. I can't remember a single time in my so-called career, as my father would call it, where an analyst issued a report because JD wanted it. So he could speculate on the stock price going up. The Roth report might come out soon, but I think the Roth report, if it is indeed coming, is more likely to come after the annual report is released. According to Yahoo, that's May 28th. I think the Roth report would come after that. Further, if Roth Capital is in the middle of a financing, I think it's highly unlikely a report will come out until that financing is completed. So I think a Roth report, I could be wrong, anything can happen, but I think a Roth report that has oomph is probably at least 5 weeks away and could be 8 weeks away. That's my opinion. I could be wrong. They could put one out. If they put one out before the annual report, it's not going to be a very good research report. What are they going to quote? When they put out the research report, what are they going to quote? Last year's numbers? 3/4 of the year? It's not going to, it'd be a crappy report if they put it out before the annual report is released. So I think your Roth report that you want so you can manipulate the price of the stock upward, I think it's 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks away. I can be wrong. I can be wrong. Maybe it's only 4 weeks away because maybe they don't have a financing. I don't know. We'll find out. But if I were you, that's what I would put in my head so you don't obsess about it every day. Let it be a positive surprise if for some reason it comes sooner. What will the Roth report say? What do you think, JD? Let's just think it through. What will the Roth report say right now? What could it say right now? They got this control and conquer contract, and they did 2 vehicles in October. They raised $4.7 million through Roth Capital at a substantial discount to the market in December, for corporate purposes, which we should know about after the annual report comes out. It's not a very useful report. So if I'm right, and it takes, let's say it happens after the annual report comes out, what do you think it'll say? Let's just assume it's the first week of May after the earnings come out. What do you think it's going to say? FINGERMOTION is a. Let's go from this research report from Benchmark. We are initiating coverage of FINGERMOTION with a buy rating and a price target of $5. This was June 22 of 23. This was written by F. Zhang and L. Lin, Fan Zhang, and Long Lin. This report was written. We are initiating coverage of FINGERMOTION with a buy rating and a price target of $5. Finger is a mobile data specialist company providing mobile payment and recharge solutions. Top up minutes. Do you think that's how Roth Capital is going to present FINGERMOTION? Maybe. And it is venturing into VAS and big data. Our positive views are based on our belief that, one, Finger's long-standing partnership with top telcos, when coupled with their proprietary technology and capability to access funding, ensures its top-up business is stable and a growing source of revenue and a gateway for data collection. Two, the company's outlook is set to accelerate because of the imminent commercialization in VAS and big data. And then finally, three, the recurring nature of VAS and big data gives FINGERMOTION strong operating leverage and could unleash substantial earnings power. Is that what they're going to go with at Roth Capital? Mobile top-up business serves a stable and growing source of revenue and a gateway for data collection. Substantial earnings power ahead. We are initiating coverage of FINGERMOTION with a buy rating and a price target of $5. Finger is a mobile data specialist company providing mobile payment and recharge platform solutions in China with its recent venture into VAS and big data product. Our positive investment view is based on our belief, and they say the same thing over again. Do you think this was a serious report that Benchmark put out? Or were they just fulfilling their contract as they destroyed the market when they are the facilitators to Jeff Easton? So what do you think? What do you think Roth Capital's angle is going to be? Is FingerMotion a top-up company? Is FingerMotion a big data company? Is FingerMotion a assembly company? They assemble automobiles with cameras and satellite hookups. Is it an insurance reseller? Is FingerMotion a owner of vast amounts of cloud computing that they're going to sell? I don't know. I don't know. What category will FingerMotion fit in the Roth Capital universe? I don't know. Let's assume they just do it the way Fan, Zhang, and Long Lin did. And they focus on top up, big data, and then they make a bunch of projections based on the link ups with these three mobile companies. And it's the story we've talked about. Let's say it's just that. Do you think Roth Capital will pick a number higher than $5? I don't. I think it'll be lower than $5. Because I could be wrong, but my experience with analysts, they don't go. It's very rare analysts that jump way out ahead in their projections. It's like the gold projections that you're seeing. Now everybody on the street is saying it's going to go to 3,500. I told you that a year and a half ago when it was, I don't know, 1,800, 2,000. But I was being reckless. Most analysts aren't reckless. So I don't think the Roth report's going to do jack shit to manipulate the price of your shares upward. The audit. What is it? What's your hard on for the audit? The significance of the audit is that the SEC required FingerMotion to get a new auditor. So we'll have 2 years of the audit, which is great. Finally got that done. That means the company can possibly enter into new financing. And it almost certainly means the dividend process can begin. But what is it? Why is that going to jump? Why is the audit going to help you manipulate the price upward in a short squeeze? What are you looking for? We already know last year's numbers. I mean, the year before, we already know those numbers. That's not going to change the stock price. We pretty much have a good idea of what 2025's numbers were. It's not going to change the stock price. I don't know why you think the audit is going to suddenly make FingerMotion squeeze. I'm tired of talking about the dividend. It's meaningless. It's a trick. It is a method to try to catch out the system, and it may work. I think it was working in the case of GTII some 2 years ago. But I just spent quite a deal of time indicating to you that I don't think that dividend is coming for at least 6 weeks and probably more like 90 days. So JD, I hope my focus over the last 45 minutes on your repeated question, as if you somehow have the answer to make FingerMotion go up, I hope I've answered, because I'm not going to answer it if I see it anymore. Finger motion right now is going up on volume, and it's showing something, and it's none of this. None of this. I'm done with you, JD. I don't think he's an expert. I don't claim to be an expert. America is no longer a safe place to park your investments. Well, that's, I've wondered why, when we abused the world in 2008, why they continued to rely on us. And I think wickedums, that's the real problem that's ahead of us. China is trying to create honest markets, but I don't really know anyone that trusts China's government. So they don't have trust yet. We have trust, but we're doing our best. Under the women, particularly, who got the power of the U.S. military from Hillary Clinton to Valerie Dubois, whatever her last name is, and to Samantha Power, Susan Rice, the sister-in-law of Robert Kagan, the sister of Robert Kagan, and then some men like Blinken, even Biden. We've focused on Russia as if we're dealing with the Soviet Union. It's stupid, but they learned it if they paid attention in school. They learned it, and that's all they know. And we've turned for that reason. And then there's this Stephanie Kelton pushing modern monetary theory. We can all be rich by printing money. And people believe it. There's a unicorn out there with a prince, who's tall, dark, handsome, rich, coming to rescue me. It's this kind of fairy tale thinking that's running our government now. And we're turning the rest of the world against us. And I've tried to point out, and you just can't do it. There's no way to point it out, that from two sides, we are being led down the primrose path. The concentration of wealth, but more importantly, the concentration of assets under BlackRock, Blackstone, Bluestone, SAC, Citadel, Goldman Sachs, fill in the blank. The concentration of trillions of dollars in the hand of one man, and then maybe it's a total of 8, who are wealthier than most countries in the world. They're just stealing from us, and they're dishonest. There's no transparency. There's no regulation that matters. And as long as they control the Congress, the presidency, the Democratic Party, most of the Republican Party, and the military, and the media, and the drug companies, and the farm companies, and the slaughterhouses, and the infrastructure, and I think I said military already, and the education. As long as they control all of this, they can continue to push this idiocy of modern monetary theory. So the government keeps printing because all they need to do is take their 10% of trillions of dollars and they're rich. That's on the one hand. And then on our geopolitical side, we're going down the rat hole of hating demonizing and killing people on behalf of an ally who couldn't give a shit about us. And yeah, it's not going to be safe in the United States. But if it's on CNN, you got to wonder, why are they putting that out there? I think probably it's BlackRock or Blackstone or Goldman pushing their own book. Don't buy it right now. In my opinion, don't buy it right now. Save that warning for 9 months from now, a year from now. First, I think you're going to see a revitalization of our markets. And you're going to forget this. Remember it. Remember it. But wickedums, there's no other place in the world. Europe is run by a bunch of socialists, communists, Marxists, flaccid. There's no industrialization. They want war with Russia. Europe is not a safe place to put assets. If they go to war with Russia, it's not safe. I would put money with Putin's Russia, but it's still a small economy relative to how much worldwide capital there is. And I'm not sure institutions would be given permission, even if they did trust Russia. So I don't think the ruble is an alternative. China, I don't think China has crossed the threshold in the Western markets, anyway, of trust yet. They might have the trust in Southeast Asia, Japan, Korea, Vietnam. Do you think? Thailand, India? Do you think that those countries trust China? Maybe. Are there any African countries that can step in for worldwide capital? Congo, Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt? I don't think any of those countries can do it. Can Brazil do it? I mean, the sad thing is Brazil, that's probably, well, anyway, let's not talk about climate change, but they're destroying that beautiful jungle for chasing the American dream. It's a sadness. But can Brazil absorb all that capital? Could Argentina absorb all that capital? That's probably a push. Britain? Nope. Japan, yeah, now we're getting somewhere. Could Japan absorb as an alternative to the United States? Is Japan a safe place to invest? This is panic headlines that make no sense. It is true that the United States government is run by lobbyists. It is true the entire country is run by the banks. It's all true. But we still have a strong legal system for the most part. We still do have an election process which might get improved, might. We still put in individual property rights ahead of the state, pretty much. I think that's just to panic you and to get you out of your stocks. Wall Street institutionally is pretty short, and retail is long still. And I think the Wall Street money's going to capitulate. I don't know if I have it here, and I'm afraid to bring it up because I'll lose all these questions. But every major Wall Street research firm is lowering their target on the S&P. I don't know where my target is that I showed you at the beginning of the year, but I think I'm increasing mine when I say my target is 8,000 on the S&P. They're all lowering them, and I think they're going to have to give up and come back in. I think America is a safe place to invest. There's a lot of risks that you have to avoid, and I think we have to change. But the coming worldwide depression, there's not going to be a single place to hide. Other than silver, gold, building positions and income that you know about, oil and gas in particular. I think oil's going to $500 a barrel, maybe $1,000 a barrel. And you say you're crazy. Well, yeah, I've been called crazy. I'm not saying it's going to happen tomorrow, but I'm saying over the next look, if we go to war, oil will go to $1,000 a barrel. But if we don't go to war, and if the populations around the world are still strong, and economies have some vibrancy, I think over the next 10 years, oil could get to $1,000 a barrel. Now, obviously, just like with precious metals, some of that will be real and some of it will be the decline in the currency. But wickedums, I don't think there's a currency out there that you can escape what's coming. You're going to say XRP, you're going to say Bitcoin. That may be true. But I think it's going to be silver, gold, platinum, palladium, oil and gas, water, black soil, horses, art, products that people need, that you know how to provide. That'll be it. That's what it'll be. But as we, you're saying safe, in terms of places to put your money, there's no question that the U.S. stock market is way overvalued to markets around the world. No question about that. And even more importantly, everything's in 7 or 10 stocks. So there's return risk in the United States. What about the Anson funds? My eyesight, 7 million? 700,000 shares working with Lind. Yeah, I think you're onto it. I think that Philip Vallier is out of Toronto, and Moez Kassam is out of Toronto. So I think you nailed it. When Jeff Easton has been challenged before, I get this information third hand. He says we place our money with 4 hedge funds and maybe one of them is the short seller. Well, if you take that at face value, I think the short seller is the Anson funds. The last filing, and I put it up here. I don't want to go find it because I'll lose these comments. You're right. I even think Anson Funds was the largest shareholder. So you're absolutely right. I don't know that Anson Funds right now is working with Lind. I think they're working with Roth Capital. I'm hopeful that Martin will say to Roth Capital, you know, we're glad to do the next financing with you, but we will not accept any money from Anson Funds, if they know who they are, the funds that work with Jeff Easton or any of their subsidiaries or partners. And I think they could do that. I think Roth would give them that veto right. But I think that's a risk, what you just pointed out. Anson has 700,000 working with Lind. Yeah, I don't think Lind's the player here. Lind was a bird dog to trap FingerMotion. Benchmark referred FingerMotion to Jeff Easton. And I think you're exactly right. Of course, it has to be opinion, but I think Jeff Easton and Philip Vallier work with Anson Funds. I think that's absolutely the case. They probably were trained by Anson Funds, and they may have been trained by someone arm's length at one of the other hedge funds. There's no question. Keep an eye on Synapse Crypto. All right, I'll write it down. Synapse Crypto. Synapse Crypto. This guy loves to sound like he knows what he's talking about. Me? You know what, fucker? Send me your phone number. I'll call you, or send me your email. I'll invite you up here. We'll see what you sound like. If there's another comment like this from you, you're gone. I don't know what I'm talking about. You do. But I don't hear you talking. Can they, broker, take away the sell button? Can they goof around with the target price? Well, the first part of your question, they can. They can take away the sell button. Well, I'm not sure they can. I don't think they can not allow you to close your position, but they can take away the sell button in the sense that there's no short selling. I don't think they can take away your right to liquidate your position. Can they goof around with the target price that you sell? No, they can't change that if you use limit orders. I was trying to remember the situation, and I'm not 100% sure how it applies on the way up. But I do remember situations where clients of mine would put in orders with a limit below the market, and we'd be shocked that in a fast market, they didn't get all of their shares off at that price. Some was done less at a lower price. And I can't remember why now. But there are some instances when you have a limit order to sell and then it becomes a market order. So they'll give you some of the shares and then it becomes a market order. And I really can't remember why that was allowed to happen, if it was a matter of course, but it did happen. But they can't change it. If you put it in, if you put a sale in at 1,000, can they execute it at 10? No, I don't think they can. On the way up, they can. I think it's. If you put it in at 1,000, what's more likely to happen is they sell a bunch of stock at 999 and you don't get any shares off. So you're going to be sitting there wondering, should I change my order? And you probably will change your order. If it runs through 1,000, but the bid stays at 950, you may or may not be filled. You should be filled. You should be filled. But they can come back to you and say, oh, there were people ahead of you. There was blah, 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 blah. And you'll say, no, I saw that I was the only, there was only 10,000 shares there to sell it. Yeah, but there's not one market maker anymore. So it is possible that you'll get none or part of your shares off. If the bid goes through 1,000, if the bid goes to 1,100, you'll sell all your stock at 1,000. But no, they can't do what you said. You have to be careful. I would not use market orders. I would, if you're changing things, I try to watch my computer as closely as possible. There's going to be spikes. They're going to want to panic you. So you have to have some resolve. That's why it's good to have some orders off, because it gives you the strength to ride through some of that volatility. They will play games that way. And in fast market conditions, they'll use that as an excuse for not executing your trades. Don't ever use a market order. Don't ever use a market. Guess what? Common sense. You don't ever have to listen again. You never have to listen again. All right, what's this? Finger average price last 3 months has been under 140. Are we at T2 or T1? It doesn't matter. Yeah, I think they're all losing money. But they made a lot of money on the way down if it's the same players. They made a ton of money down from 17 down to 1. They made a lot of money from 10 down to 1. They made a lot of money again from $9 down to 1. And even Roth Capital's clients made money. So that I think there's some leeway that they have. What's more likely to me is that they're losing on other trades, and the liquidity is, everyone's panicked out there. And we won't know until the post-mortem is done. We won't know. Can we call Fidelity and ask if we have real or fake shares? They're all fake. I don't know where I can get something to explain that to you. I'll just use my own experience with a gold company that I invested in. Instead of buying a silver company, instead of buying Bitcoin, I put $75,000 into a silver company for 300,000 shares of the company. And it was like 3%. It was more than that. It's like maybe 4.5% of the company. So based on their reserve estimates, I owned, like, to my memory, 121,000 ounces of silver in the ground. Obviously paper, and they had to get it out. But I thought, wow, that's not a bad. And I met with the chairman in Baltimore. I went up to see him, and I met with one of the senior board members in San Francisco, and it was I thought it was a pretty good deal. But it was a private placement, and I don't know if I went to Vancouver to meet the company. I might have, but I certainly called in a lot, and I got to know the principals at the company. But I think I visited as well. Anyway, there was a woman on the board, and there was a man as chairman of the board, and there was another man on the board, and he said something that was at a board meeting that was dishonorable as to the woman that was on the board. And she became, I got to know, she was very good. She became president or CEO, one or the other, and very capable person. But the CEO got so angry. He's a big guy. Got so angry with the other guy, they came to blows in the men's room, and they had an all-out brawl. So they had to resign. And the woman was made president. And then this younger guy came in with some money, and she fought off a takeover, and I think she was right, but others didn't think she was right. I think she was right to do so. But anyway, this other guy came in with some backing and took over the company. He became president and CEO, and I called into him and I said, look, this is what's going to happen to your stock, and this is what they're going to do. Anyway, let's not get distracted by that. But I had my 300,000 shares. They were restricted, but because of all this, they never, there was nobody to process them. So I called the new guy and I said, look, I need to get this into my account at Morgan Stanley. And Compus, I probably spent 4 months trying to get it through CompuServe. They just wouldn't. I sent them in. They came back. They told me I couldn't get them into my account because it had to be electronic. They were physical. It had to be electronic. So I called up the guy, the new president, And I said, look, can you help me with this? He said, well, we really can't. You've got to go through CompuServe. So I ended up calling, even though it's a Canadian company, they trade here. I called up the over-the-counter markets, and I got some guy there, and he's all proud of the over-the-counter markets. I said, I don't understand why you are proud. Look what's happened to this stock. Oh, it's good. They've been able to. I said, you're crazy. My 300,000 shares are now 30,000 shares, and the stock has collapsed because of short selling. I won't bore you with all that. But anyway, he said, here's a group out in California, Justin something or other, and you can go through them. They're the only company that does it. So my 75,000 at this point was worth $8,000. If I had put that money in Bitcoin, I'd be down in Dorado Beach. But anyway, the company had proven up its reserves, built its infrastructure, raised money from Sprott Asset Management, is doing all these things, and drilling too. But they did it through toxic financing. So my per share amount I went from owning 4.5%, owning 121,000 ounces of silver, which should have grown. I think now it's something like 700 ounces that my shares represent, even though they've expanded because of the short selling. You don't need to hear all that. So anyway, I called this group out of California. And he said, oh, we'll be glad to help you. Can you prove those shares are yours? I said, yeah, they're in my name. The company will vouch for me. Well, we need more than that. Do you have the document, the wire? Yes, I'm sure I can find when I wired the money and the documents. Well, it's still going to take about 2 months to do the due diligence to make sure 60 days, he said, to make sure that those shares belong to you. I said, 60 days? Yeah. And I said, okay, what's the process? There's certificates to us, and then you sign a contract with us, and you send any of the documents for the private placement, proof of purchase. We need your ID, we need your passport, and we'll do a background check, and then you open your account here. As soon as we determine those shares are yours, we can then vouch for them. They can be turned into electronic shares, which can be transferred to CompuServe. But if you're going to sell them, you got to do it through us. So it's our bid and ask. And I said, great, all right, I'll do it. Well, it's going to be, to my memory, it was $4,000. We're going to need 4,000. It might have been more, but we're going to need $4,000. I said, my shares are only worth 8. Well, and it's going to be 60 days. So I never did it. But anyway, Ron, that long story is to tell you that the system is set up. So if your shares are not in the system, it's expensive, it's a pain in the ass, and you essentially have wallpaper. So nobody wants to be outside of the electronic system. Now, if you're in MMTLP and NextBridge, right now it's essentially free to get out. But if you're at, say, Morgan Stanley and you want to get out for some reason, they're going to charge you money to get out. So everybody's in an electronic system. Everybody. And all of your shares are fake. All of them. They're all just where can I find that word? It comes from The Great Taking, as summarized by David Morgan. I'll just read 3 sentences. I don't want to go through the whole thing because I've read it before. But this guy, David Rogers Webb, did the movie The Great Taking. And according to his research, all securities, stocks, bonds, precious metals, maybe houses, are now used as collateral for Wall Street. It's called collateral management. And this came under a change in the UCC code in 1994. Of course, I can't find the term. Let's see if it's here. Well, I mean, here's the sentence. It doesn't have the term. I'll find the term. The U.S. Federal Reserve acknowledged after the UCC change that investors do not have rights attaching to the securities in the pool at the DTCC. Instead, they hold only a pro rata claim to a collective securities pool, effectively making them unsecured creditors in the event of insolvency. The legal and regulatory structures effectively turn securities ownership, your so-called real shares, into a form of an indirect claim. Rather than having outright ownership, your real shares, investors are granted a contractual claim that allows financial institutions, your broker, to prioritize your broker's own interests first. Your broker has the first right to the underlying securities, which go to the secured creditors in the derivative contracts they're issued, that they've issued, if they have. What did they call this? Never can find it. I should learn to take notes so I don't have to keep looking. But it's called, there it is, securities entitlements. I remembered it. The 1994 revision of UCC Article 8 must be repealed. This article stripped investors of direct property rights, your real shares, by introducing the concept of quote unquote securities entitlements. That's the fake shares. And that's the way that's the way securities are now. Everything's electronic. So they hold, let's use your terms, they hold the real shares at the DTCC. They take your real cash, but they give you a call, they give you a chit, they give you a unsecured claim, they give you an entitlement to a pro rata share of that blob of street name shares, as you call it, real, at the DTCC. And so what you have is just nothing. If it all blows up, you're going to be in court forever trying to claim it. If the derivatives come into place, the other side of the derivative is going to take the securities out of the DTCC. So all you're literally going to have is a claim check, much like the MMTLP people have. It's not pretty. It all works as we trust it all, but people are going to stop trusting it, particularly in a bear market. Yes, Ham already talked, and he's playing racquetball. If Finger gets contracts that are prepaid. Yes, that's a good point. But I don't know how it works in China. I don't know how it works in China. Arguing to your point, I think there's a huge amount of government spending going on in China right now. They're priming the pump. I think China needs a boost to their economy. So you could be right. I like your idea very, very much. What's Ham's account? I have no idea. I have no idea what it is. He's called it Ham. I don't know. It's on Donald Trump's Truth Social, and I'm sure if you just search for Finger, you'll find Ham. It's something like Ham Short Sellers or Ham Short Squeeze. I think it might be Ham Short Squeeze. Do you think of financing with Roth kills the latest stock move? What time frame is your question? Yeah, I think it's possible. But I like the point middle ground made. Maybe Finger doesn't need to raise money if the government fronts money. It's a good point. But if Roth raises capital, let's say I don't know. I'm going to make up a number. Let's say it goes to $5. I think it's a really good possibility, just like happened in December, that 3 or 4 days before the financing, the stock goes down at $1 or $2, and they do the financing at 3.25, and that will kill the move in the short run. But Bill, if Finger needs to raise that much money, a big amount that could kill it like that, I think the positive is that Finger could be using that to build out that C2 contract, and that could take the company. It's a weird thing. Your big PE ratios come down to a smaller number, a known number, but you do have E. You do have E. So if you're right now, it's infinite, I know, but the potential for a huge PE ratio maybe just comes into line with the market, but you have earnings, and so you could start at, I don't know, I'm making it up, $6 or $7, and that's the part of your question that I don't necessarily agree with. I think it could kneecap it in the short run, but it could set up for a powerful move if in fact the money raised, there's so many assumptions being made here by me, but if the money raises gets the stock to the next threshold, I mean, that threshold could be much higher, and then the shorts could be trapped, and that could set in a whole series of things. So overall, it can be very good. We just don't know enough. We just don't have enough information. I like Korean Yoon. If a burst of anger is a sin, did Jesus commit one when he chased out the sacrifice sellers in the church? I don't know. I got to go find the exact term. I don't know, Korean Yoon. I mean, he prayed to God too, so I guess he asked for some mercy. But no, I don't think that's right. I think he was doing his job in that case. I'll find the term. APS 71. There it is. Ham short skis. Oh, capital H. Since Fidelity has cut off the buy button, when do they begin buying to cover the deficit? Well, that's not a completely true statement, and I should clarify it from I don't use Fidelity, but it's my understanding that you can buy Finger at Fidelity if you use the telephone. So it might be that what Fidelity is trying to do is avoid a lawsuit from the SEC that Fidelity is participating in a manipulation of the stock using computers. Maybe what they're saying is we will not accept computer orders to buy because we don't want algorithms on the other side to win against the algorithms on our clients' side. Our clients, who are criminals, are our best source of revenue. They use algorithms to manipulate the price downward. They use computers, but we don't want buying computers on the other side. That might be it all it is. On Friday, Schwab was not delivering transaction info to my account. I just got notification today. That sounds like human reconciliation to me. That sounds like normally the computers do it and give you an IOU, and maybe now they want to reconcile it, make sure you're a real person. You're not just a bot turning on the buy side. Something's going on in Finger. Maybe there's a big buyer out there. Something's happening. I did say that. I didn't do it yet because he's in a quiet period, but I am willing to do that, to suggest to Martin that he comes to all of us, and to Wales. But I think, yeah, I'll do that. I didn't do it before. I did talk about it. But now I think that he's out talking. He did a video. I think I can ask him. I didn't feel comfortable asking before. Don't do that based on listening to me like that other common sense said. I'm just here because I like listening to myself and I think I know so much. Anyway, I could be wrong. I would tell you we don't have enough information to know that you should sell it all between 7 and 10. But I can't disagree with you based on the information we have right now. If it's a gigantic contract and it's funded and all that, we can sit down and pencil it out. But yeah, I wish I owned a lot of Finger right now. And if I did, I would do what you're suggesting. At least in the first trade. There may be it may run higher, but I bet they bring it down another time and then I could get back in, you know. Anson Funds is out there. Oh, thank you. Placeholder. Oh, Sharif is a good boy. Yeah, oh, look at him. Does Sharif want to see some good dogs? I'll show Sharif some good dogs. Then I'll probably just get off. This is so draining. I think it's my fault when I react to people. That's what Sharif has to do. Oh, Lordy. Do we know why they took away the buy button? Technically, they took the buy button away for automated trades, for computerized trades, for trades you do with your cell phone or with your computer. You can call in as a human being and they will accept your trade. I think they're in trouble. Is it Finger per se? Probably. But could it be that they're caught short in MMAT or NextBridge? Sure. Could it be some other position? Could it be that they're upside down in the Treasury basis trade? Could it be they're being called out on some other thing, that their systems are so bad? We don't know. We don't know. But for some reason, they do not want to just automatically accept computerized orders to buy FingerMotion. Every time they do, they are accepting the responsibility to deliver into your account shares of FingerMotion. That's okay in normal times because they have their block of street name shares and they can play with that. Most people don't ask for anything. They just have it in their account. But in a time of maybe the SEC is tightening up delivery rules, in a time when there's less liquidity, in a time when maybe some hedge funds are going down, which I think they are, that maybe they don't want to have, I'm making it up, 15 to 1. Maybe they don't want 15 times stock in your accounts than they have at the DTC. That's one explanation. Another explanation is maybe they've been warned that somebody's turning on computers to buy FingerMotion and manipulate the price of FingerMotion amongst themselves on the way up, because the SEC investigates manipulation of stock prices that go up. They never investigate, as far as I can tell anyway, manipulation and collusion of stock prices that go down. And we don't know the reason, but Finger is over the last 6 days, trading days, the volume and the price action, something's going on. Something's going on. Common Sense Investor is actually a YouTuber. Well, I recommend that if he's good, go. I don't know. I've never heard of him. I just banned him because I would never go on his YouTube and tell his audience that he's full of shit, which is what he just did here to me. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm sure he's a great guy, but and I'm sure he's really got a lot of common sense, and I'm sure he's a great investor. But I don't care if he's ever on my channel again, and I blocked him. Why do I get so upset and belittle someone on every stock you don't have that didn't work out for you because you showed early? I don't know. I'm gonna find a therapist that I can find out that answer to, because I don't know. I don't think that's what I do. But Chris, you obviously have the ability to see through my motives, and you nailed it. I just get upset and belittle people because I don't own the stock, or I didn't make money on the stock. I mean, that's pretty amazing. That's insightful analysis, and people around you must be impressed with your brains and your intelligence. So I don't think that's what I do. I've got to work on getting upset part. I don't like that part of it. I would submit to you, Chris, just for your whatever part of your brain actually works. I've spent a lot of time trying to have people make money, and I would be very happy if people made money in FingerMotion. It's going to be fantastic, and FingerMotion could break out. Look, all this focus on the things dropping and the new, that's irrelevant to the price of the stock. Odds are we'll find out afterward why the stock went up. Ham probably will find out. Ham will probably find out. But the stock looks good in FingerMotion. And I'll be disappointed that I don't own it in this move if it happens, next week or something. But I'm going to be so happy. I took my shot. That's life. I'll be so happy for everybody making money. So happy for everybody making money. And I take a lot of shit here. I come on and I give ideas. Some blow up. One guy, I got to address. One guy came on and said, "Oh, you don't talk about logic and go logic anymore." That's not true. I've talked about them, but I'll do it now too. I hate it when people lose money. I'm not here to make money ahead of you. In fact, I'd prefer people made money before I made money. I think I'm pretty open with how I come to my ideas. And I think I've been too open with how I've lost money and what my ownership is. I don't think it's anybody's business, but I've talked about it. And I don't know. I think you're wrong. I just think you're wrong. I do get upset when I get upset at some shills. I get upset at some people who ask what I think are repetitive and inane questions. And that's something wrong with me. I guess I should put up with stupid questions. I also get frustrated that I just can't get the look, at its core, you guys shouldn't have to understand all this. You should not have to understand it. The market should work honestly, and they don't. Markets should have price discovery, and they don't. Markets should have compliance and enforcement of rules, and they don't. Markets should be a level playing field, and there aren't. They aren't. So I get frustrated with that sometimes. I also get frustrated when people seem... Look, Chris, a lot of you are amateur. I consider myself an amateur. But some of the patterns of behavior and thought are just going to cause you to lose money, a lot of money. And I just can't break those patterns. I mean, we all are here. I mean, I'll give you an example with FingerMotion. If you had purchased 10,000 shares of FingerMotion 2 months ago, and by the way, I was very positive on FingerMotion. I didn't buy any. I didn't have the money. But right now you got 20 grand. If FingerMotion starts to run, it could be 100 grand. That's why we're doing this. You can turn a little money into a lot of money, but that's not risk-free. It's not easy, and it's not overnight. But sometimes people expect just insane things. And people aren't always willing to learn their lessons. And people also aren't willing to accept losses necessarily. And there's also a tendency to go for the mother of all squeezes rather than a lot of tickles and giggles and hugs and playful pats on the back and snuggles first. I don't know why, and I've been through it all. So maybe it's my own frustration with myself. It could be. I'm not a shrink. I mean, in my career, I've made millions of dollars, millions. And I've lost a lot of it. Or had it taken away, or I've had. So it's not out of. I've experienced a lot of what everybody's going through, and if people are so hard-headed that for me to describe, for example, with FingerMotion for the last 9 months or longer, I've been kind of cool on it. I've done interviews, I've talked about it, I like the story, I've described what needs to happen, I've explained it's going to take time. I said that when Roth Capital, when you have a heart attack, you don't get out of bed the next day and run a marathon. It's going to take a little time to recover, but they're going to fill that gap. Everyone gets mad at me. Well, you're not bullish. You're not. I don't know. I learned more. That's good. By the way, that guy that has a YouTube channel, well, I forget his name now. If he doesn't like me, he doesn't like, that's life. And if he thinks I'm a blowhard, I'm a blowhard. But I listen to other people's channels, and there's every now and then there's somebody I can't listen to. There's some people that it's hard to listen to, and I force myself to. I remember when Alex Jones first came out, I couldn't listen to him. I don't listen to him now. But for a while, I forced myself to listen to him, just like I forced myself to listen to Rush Limbaugh for a while, just to learn. So I understand it. You can't like everyone. Ni hao. I like that. Ni hao. Is that how it's spelled? Ni hao? I like that. Quieten, quieten, quieten. Ni hao. Ni hao. I like that. I should have learned Chinese or Russian or Arabic or Italian or English for that matter. Finger going to run within the next 3 months or sooner. $50 a share. That's possible. It's possible. Finger looks very strong, Aaron. Very strong. And to go to middle ground point and I don't know, someone else's, but also I'll just say it's also my point. You know, it's like that Chinese crisis sign. Yeah, there's things could go badly, but they could also go really well. There's an opportunity for Finger to strike a really good financing deal or joint venture deal, and that could change everything. So I think Finger's exciting. I really do. Before I go, or maybe invest into, I don't know what that is. I'm not sure I should say it out loud. Cam already went on. He's playing pickleball. What can I say? What am I allowed to say or talk about? Next week, tomorrow, sorry, today's Saturday, Monday, I think Ham's right. Finger is going to be exciting Monday morning. The volume's there. Something's going on. I still put Finger. Maybe I'll write a little chart so I can remember it. I might move Finger up one slot on my four. It's like going to the horse races and betting on 4 horses. But I think starting as soon as you can tomorrow, on Monday, I still go number 1, Nixie. Why? Time. right now. And I think it could 2 or 3x. So my number one is Nixie for a trade, totally a trade, which is, I think Finger's a trade and an investment. But Nixie, I think, could start as soon as this coming week. It might take 2 or 3 weeks, but I think the timing is now. And you could get 2 or 3x. And I'm hearing from some people that tell me about it, talk to me. They don't know either, but they think it can go really a lot higher. I don't know. I would, if it went to 4, 5, or 6 on a lot of volume, I don't know what I'd do. I don't know if I'd suddenly get greedy and want it to go to 15, 20, or 25. But anyway, number one, Nixie. Number two, it's tricky. It's tricky. But, and I'm going to guess, and I have 3 reasons. Okay, so my number 2 is Railtown for next week. I think news can come anytime, but on the other hand, it could be weeks. We're just waiting. But it's the risk that it could be anytime. But I do warn it could be another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks. I think the initial move in the stock might only be from 30 cents to, I don't know, $1. But I think by the time the wave of buying and maybe selling all kind of settles in, I think you could get 10x on that fairly quickly. And the reason I'm putting it number 2 is once the price changes, I think it's going to be permanent. So in other words, if it goes from 30 cents to $3, I don't think you'll ever see 30 cents again. That's why I put it number 2, because I think once the change comes, which I don't know when, it's very likely you'll never see 30, 40 cents again. That's why I kind of am pushing it to number 2. But I'm going to change from number 4 to number 3. This is the trading side. This is not the investment side. To number 3, I'm going to say as a trade, look, as an investment, I would probably put this one, I'd probably put Railtown number 1, and I might put this one number 2 as an investment. I'm just talking about a trade next week. I would put this one number 3, which is still good. I'm still saying they're all in my top, all to trade. But it's the volume so far. The volume's been really impressive, and the price is broken out. I think Finger can give you 2x over the next 2 or 3 weeks. once all the things happen, maybe it's 3 or 4x, that's ignoring if a squeeze starts. And then I would put as number 4, which is really risky. You know why? All right, so, oh, I got to give a number. All right, I'm going to put number 4, but it's very risky because it could be the one. The reason I heard today that Ham said the real short went from 30,000 shares down to 10,000 shares. So to me, once they get those 10,000 covered, they're not selling anymore. The stock could go up. We're still waiting on the announcement that the deal is closed. If that happens, I think the stock goes up. And then I think that the trapped shorts, it's still very soon in the game. It's only a couple of months. So I think they're still trapped. I think you could maybe get 3x in an immediate trade, but it could also be the one that squeezes. So I guess I'd try to be in all 4, right? If you have the money. And there's other stocks out there. I'm not trying to leave out any other stocks. I'm not. So his Ham already did go live with me. He's playing pickleball. Yeah, my Chinese isn't so good, but let me see. Invest into I don't know. Giuseppe. Thank you, Giuseppe. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm almost legend. In my own mind, I'm a legend. Apparently, I love to just hear myself talk, and I think I'm so smart. I think G-Bucks could be the explosive one. This is so much like betting on horses. You know, you see the one, oh, he's going to win. And then you're walking back to your seat and you go, oh my gosh, I should have picked him. Timing, let me ignore those 1, 2, 3, 4s. I think G-Bucks could happen at any time. And I think G-Bucks could be the squeeze. Not Finger, not Railtown, not Nixie. G-Bucks could be the squeeze. But what concerns, look, G-Bucks has this dividend coming up, the X date. On the one hand, that's going to mean they want to get this deal done prior to that, I think. On the other hand, why is it taking so long? That's the risk to me, is why is it taking so long? But yeah, I think G-Bucks is the one that could just out of the blue go up 20 points and then 30 more. And G-Bucks is a wild card, but I think it's a worthy wild card. The main reason I like it is that I think the shock to the shorts was very recent, and they haven't had enough time to get out of the way. The reason I'm worried is that the market cap is pretty expensive. It's taking I think, a long time, but you know, there's lots of things that take a long time. And I personally don't like the dividend type thing. I think it's gimmicky. So it makes me worried if you need a gimmick like the dividend, and I believe it works. Why do you need it if the other stuff's so good? I think G-Bucks is going to need at least another week because we haven't heard anything yet. But don't be surprised if as soon as whatever they're trying to negotiate gets finished, that they announce it, you know, tonight. So I'm excited for G-Bucks. And if I had to if you gave me which one's going to squeeze, G-Bucks or Finger, which one's going to squeeze first? Because of the wild card, I use that word again, of the financing that I think Finger has to do. And look, the financing Finger, if they have to do one, could be positive too. It could make the stock go up. But I think G-Bucks has a head start over Finger in terms of squeezing soonest. Finger's breaking out though. The stock looks strong. I think, as I've said before, I think Finger's gonna be a buy the dip, sell the rip for a while. And I've shown those charts, so I won't go back over it. I like G-Bucks. Ham came on today and said something about it. Oh, well, I just told you. What he said is the real short was 30,000 shares, and now it's 10,000, which means to me, possibly, that if they get rid of that 10,000, it means they're already not selling. That real short is buying. But I don't think they'll be selling anymore. And once they get out of the way, I guess I left that out. Once they get out of the way, the fake short, the counterfeit short, the criminals, they hire guys like the real short to suppress the price. But they make a deal with them. They say, we'll guarantee it. Or could you help me out? Take 10 grand for yourself, do your best, and we'll, whatever their agreements are. So the real short comes in selling to get us scared, to get it down. They sell the real stock down 30,000. They're doing it on a verbal handshake with the criminals. And so then they get nervous when the stock goes to 10, it comes back down. They call up the criminal and say, hey, we want out. We want out. And we're going to start covering. So they start covering, and they get some kickback from the criminal for doing this. But they let the criminal know. So the criminal who otherwise would have to take it out of their own pocket, the criminal starts helping to suppress the price so the real short can book a profit. When the real short sells 30,000 shares downward, you're the buyer for 30,000 shares. But the real short's short. So now how are they going to get out of this? The criminal short comes in some fashion, and they cross these shares. So the criminal becomes the buyer of 30,000 shares, closing the position for the so-called real short. And then those 30,000 shares short go on the criminal's book at the prime broker. But they have to they have to do it with spoofing and fake volume, and they don't want to make the prime broker afraid, and they can't do it. They can't get it off all at once. Anyway, the point is, the summary is that the criminals are helping to suppress the price to help the real short, their confederate, make money and get out of the position. Once it's done, they may stop suppressing the stock. They're just doing it now to make sure they keep their word with their buddy. That's the theory. That's the reason why I think G-Bucks could go up after the 10,000 shares are covered. I think Nixie can go up as soon as this coming week. I think the same thing for both those, G-Bucks and Nixie, both were expecting the completion of deals they've already announced. Railtown, same thing. We're waiting for the completion of the deal they've already announced. Any day now on all three. Finger, as I've expressed, in terms of sort of, let's call it news, I think it's 5 weeks away, 4 or 5 weeks away. However, that doesn't mean the stock price cannot start moving, and it is. It is behaving really well. All 4 of these stocks are attractive to me, all 4 of them. I don't have anything bad to say about any of them. And I hope as you make profits, and I hope you make a lot of profits, in Finger and all these. Remember maybe to take some of it and buy physical silver, physical gold, physical platinum, physical palladium. We are so close, we must persevere. We shall fight on the seas and oceans. We shall fight on the landing spots. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight in the fields. And we shall never surrender. I hope there's an index. No index. All right, I'll say this. This is what I'll say. Who's this guy that I just cut out? What's his name? Common Sense Investor. Here's going to be my summary of him. He has all the virtues I dislike and none of the vices I admire. I like that quote, but I think you have it wrong. We shall fight. We shall fight in France. We shall fight on the seas and the oceans. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall never surrender. They're not going to allow anything to squeeze. That's possible. And copy and paste, I think I can't argue with that, against that. And I think that's a big reason. Let me use Nixie as an example for my small position. And the only reason it's relevant is, I mean, it's not going to change anything. But the reason it's relevant is I'd like to sell Nixie and buy one of the other three stocks, you know. So if I'm right, something starts in the next 1 or 2 weeks. My main go-to belief is Nixie will try to do like that 60 million shares in a day, like it's done twice before. And my sense is it won't get any higher than it did before, right? So I'm all prepared that I double or triple my money, which is great. And then I could go buy Finger, or I go buy whichever one still hasn't gone up. Probably Railtown, but maybe G-Bucks, maybe one of the other stories that are out there. It all depends on the timing and price. But on the other hand, once the volume comes and let's say there's 60 million shares trading and it sits 7 or 8 and it looks like it's going to go, I'm going to get all excited and I'm going to figure maybe I can sell it at 21. So there's no way to win. If I sell it at 6, it'll go to 30. If it goes to 8 and I try to wait for 21, it'll roll over and go back to 3. I mean, there's just no way to win. So I'm not. You just can't get it right. And I can't disagree with you. I don't think they want anything to squeeze. And I really think, as angry as we are about the breaking of the law, I think it's permitted. It's both permitted and permitted. It's permitted by the language of the UCC. So there's an aspect of it, it's right there, it's allowed. It's also permitted in the sense they don't enforce any rules, so they just permit the violations to happen. So you might be right. Between 319,000. Wow. That's your position? That's amazing. That's amazing. You're going to be a hero. You're going to be a hero. I wonder, I don't know. I've never, the hardest thing a friend of mine said in London The hardest thing to do is selling. He said it's easy to buy, but selling, it's the hardest decision. He's right. That's amazing. No, it's all right. It's all right. Sent you an email. All right. All right, Brandon, I'll see that. I'll try to remember to look up that email. Let's just see if there's any news with thunder and lightning over in Italy. I can't believe Zelensky. He's such a narcissist. The Pope dies, and he has to have a meeting with Trump. But let's see. NYP. Shadur Sanders gets picked in the 5th round. He looks like a pretty good athlete. This is what Trump and Emmanuel Macron said during their handshake. Melania said, "Donald, look left." All right, it's not interesting. Zelensky said it was a good meeting. Great. Biden is all smiles, and the Pope is still dead. Oh, I wanted to read that article on how cryptocurrencies are solving America's stocks and bonds problem. All right, let's go through the highlights. That's in the New York Post today by Alex Tapscott. The Trump administration is pressuring trading partners to buy American energy, defense, and agricultural products. And as the Wall Street Journal reports, many anxious global leaders, eager to placate the commander-in-chief and avoid a prolonged trade war, have voiced support for the idea. Just as foreign leaders are saying they'll buy American goods and services, foreign investors, from Japanese pensioners to European mutual funds, are selling American stocks, debt, and treasury bonds. The US dollar has weakened 10% against the euro and the yen. Some fear the damage from tariffs to American business. There's a concern the United States could run out of buyers for its debt. China may even dump US debt. I don't think so. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said if a foreign rival were to weaponize the US government bond market or to destabilize it for political gain, I am sure we'd do something. The good news is that a new buyer of US treasuries is emerging. made possible by the technology behind cryptocurrencies. Blockchain-based stablecoins are now the 7th largest buyer of United States government debt, exceeding Germany, Australia, and other big countries. And they're growing quickly, surpassing 200 billion in size this year and are nearly 250 billion today. Because stable coins are fully backed one by one by the dollar US government debt, they are a persistent and growing buyer of new treasury issuances. Why don't we issue a 30-year bond then? All right, I get the point. I'll leave it. I won't read more of that. I get the point. Let's just see if there's any. Anderson Cooper thinks that when people were clapping for Trump, it was for someone else. That's what he said online. All right. I don't see any real news here. Look at that. Pakistan and India are on the verge of a war. And Martin Armstrong thinks that Europe is going to go to war with Russia. It's not good news. All right, I don't see any real news to share with you. I appreciate everybody listening. I'm sorry that guy, that's such a great investor, common sense investor. I'm sorry he didn't enjoy listening to me, but he doesn't have to. And I hope I didn't bore the rest of you. So anyway, peace to everyone. I hope the Pope rests in peace, and I hope there's peace around the world. And we should pray. Remember to pray for Robert Weiss, his health. Pray for Jenny L, her health and family. And I guess we shouldn't forget to pray for Ham's nephew, and maybe say a prayer for each of you. So anyway, peace, love, and happiness.